Okay. God, coming back to doing this stuff, it's like, man, you got to get used to the going live button. When you take a break from streaming like this, and then you have to like face the go live button again, it's like such a daunting thing. It really is. Now, I'm not going to be one of those losers that like says, "Oh, streaming is actually really difficult. It's like harder than a real job." Like, no, it's not. um, but it is harder than I think you would expect, it to be. I think just like anxiety and like, especially doing like something like high skill like programming live is like very anxiety inducing, because it's like if I get stuck, then I've got to get unstuck, and I can't just like take a walk or do a lot of research on it and come back with a clear head. You just got to like figure it out. Yo, what's up? Oh, yo, that's it. I know you from the Discord. What's up? I'm hoping to have a lovely stream. I'm going to be working on um, doing some ISO surfaces today. So I've never done this algorithm before, but apparently it's a thing. It's called marching cubes. And so we're going to be marching a 3D scalar field and doing this stuff. I made this nifty little header so that we can follow along. And I have no clue how painful this is going to be. I think it might be very painful, to be honest. Um, but nonetheless, yeah, I spent like 2 hours this morning trying to fix this, and I was so confused. So I'd like to point out, yesterday I made a massive mistake, and I realized this way late. I wrote this line and I didn't think much about it. What this line is, it was supposed to be the face normals for encoded into every point, right? This was like, it was kind of thinking like, okay, well, we can average face normals based on, storing them per point, right? Was my idea. Kind of like how I do it in my game engine, where I have face normals encoded into triangles, right? And so I I wrote this line and I didn't think much of it until today, when I was wondering why lighting didn't work. And I was like, 2 hours, sitting here for 2 hours. And then I realized that this flag that we pass in as a D word to D3D specifies that the normal is the next few bytes in the structure. So, that little line of code that I wrote, this little line of code, actually, I didn't think much of it, and I just left it there because I'm kind of used to just like throwing things in a struct and then later cleaning them out. Is like, so the normal was zeroed because this was zeroed. So the normal was just, not actually a thing. So that that's 2 hours of my life that I'm not going to get back. Not bad. So happy that you're going to do a stream. Oh, thanks. I'm glad that I could be helpful. I'm trying to do the streams more often. I mean, now that I'm not working on the chess engine, I can. The chess engine was hard because it's a lot of testing and a lot of computer intensive resources, and I don't really have a good computer, so I had to do that off stream. But since now I don't have to do that, it's I think I'm gonna go back to doing the streams, and I used to do them like, every single day, and maybe I'll go back to doing that. I don't see why not. I think that people do like the streams. It is kind of a shame that I couldn't stream more of the chess engine stuff, but is what it is. Anyway, so all of this disgusting code that I wrote yesterday, that averages the normals for every vertex on a cube. Here's what it looks like. And so you may notice that it has this weird like gradient artifact, right? Where it's like, up here it's lighter, down here it's not so light. So you may be asking like, why isn't this garroting into this and it's black? Because really what it's saying is that this should be lit up, right? This edge, and every cube is getting that. And the reason why is because every cube is only getting averaged with itself and not the surface, right? And so when I emit cubes, I'm only averaging it with the faces of a cube rather than the faces of neighboring cubes, if that makes sense. And so, and also the fact that it's, not convex, right? Because there are faces inside of here that exist that we're averaging with, even though it shouldn't exist. It's got this kind of wafer shape to it, is what the inside of this giant cube looks like. And so that's going to be an issue for us. And I did some research, and inside of the book that I've been working through, they also suggest what's called central differences in terms of normals. It's a much more naive approach. It's much it's not going to look as nice, but it's the only way that we can do it, especially on old hardware, because once we start actually making like an isosurface, the problem is going to be like we're going to have to recompute normals every frame. And if we do like a hash map sort of thing, like I was thinking, it's going to be really, really, really inefficient, and it's going to take it's going to slow us down a lot. And so I don't want to do that. And so instead what we're going to do is, instead of like hashing indices and then like looking up normals and averaging them, that's way too much for this computer to handle. Instead, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do the central differences thing. And the central differences works really well for a scalar field, because basically all we're going to be doing, if I can explain this properly, we have a cube here, right? And let's just say it's in the middle of a full set of cubes around it. What's going to happen is we're going to take each of these points, right? And then we're going to sample in each direction, kind of like a coordinate grid, and then basically average the scalar values in both directions, right? So if it's like positive x and negative x, we're going to average it in. If it's positive y, negative y, we're going to average those scalar values into here to get the value of the point. So that's going to be what I'm doing. What are we doing today? I'm trying to implement isosurfaces in terms of cellular automata in 3D. This is kind of the project that I'm going to be working on for the foreseeable future. If I can show off where it's at right now, I was just doing that to kind of, explain the math that we're going to be doing today. But this is basically, it may seem a bit random, but it's not. It's basically, what this is it's kind of a 3D Conway, what I've made, a 3D Conway's Game of Life. It doesn't work too well, because in 3D space, things get a lot more noisy than when we're in 2D space, and so the update rules and stuff don't really translate that well into 3D space. However, it's my hypothesis that I have no music right now. It's my hypothesis that that it will translate well into 3D space once I implement kernels and more continuous interpolation, right? Having everything is like ones and zeros is like, it's just going to jitter and be random, right? And so that's what we're working on. So, how do we start what we're doing today? Well, I think possibly an important thing for us to do is just get the normals and the visuals squared away before we start implementing this, right? My goal is these steps. So I want to implement the normal central difference averaging. That should take like 20 minutes. Then we're gonna move on to marching cubes and then implement all of that, which might take a long time. And then after that, then we move on to linear and to kernels. So that's kind of what we're going to be working on. So I guess that we can put this in render as just a little function here, because we spent like 2 hours yesterday working on averaging these normals and trying to figure out how to do it, and I think it's just time to give up. So let's just say You know what? We can just do the whole thing in a function here, and this is going to take in just the grid, right? And an index and the no, this isn't no, this isn't an index. It's going to be a vec3 point. This point is going to be what we're subtracting from in each direction. Yep, I guess. Very true. Yeah, unfortunately my font isn't actually going to show up since this is on Windows XP. That's kind of outdated. The font that I'm using right now is the fixed system font on Windows XP. Why am I using Windows XP? Well, it's not like I do it, you know, I'm streaming from a computer that doesn't have Windows XP, right? For this programming I've been doing recently, I've really been enjoying kind of the, you know, retro 2000s graphics programming. It's what I kind of grew up with when I was a kid, you know, Splinter Cell and Unreal and those games, you know. Those were like my first games that I played, you know. And I think games were just made so much better in that era, to be honest. And so I think graphics programming is just really neat. This sort of... it's just like kind of the golden era. I have this argument that like we haven't had an actual operating system in the last like 15 years since Windows XP. I can't think of an actual operating system that has like an artistic direction, right? Windows XP had a vision, you know what I mean? Like all of the menus, like the, you know, the dog when you are searching, and there's just every part about it is like this new agey sort of vision, you know, coming into the 2000s that I really admire. You know, we don't have that anymore. You know, every new product just wants to, you know, be general and everybody needs to be happy. Linux, yeah, I mean, I do have Linux on my main computer, yeah. I've EndeavourOS, which is basically just Arch, but I love Linux. I think Linux is awesome. It's definitely better than modern Windows and modern Mac OS, but like, I don't know. I prefer to like live in somebody else's art piece, you know what I mean? And that's kind of what's neat about Windows XP, is that it's someone else's vision, you know? And I like appreciating that and like living in that rather than, you know, building my own. You know, I think that there's like kind of a, it's kind of like why go to a museum? It's not like I'm gonna go to a museum and then paint over the paintings myself, you know what I mean? I would rather just like go to the museum and just be like, you know, like, damn, that painting is sick, you know? Like, that's why I go to museums, at least. Yo, what's up, Bazix? The goat? I'm the goat? Oh, you know what's crazy? I applied for channel monetization today. Dude. I mean, what a fucking journey that's been. I mean, how many hundreds of hours that I've streamed on this channel? Like, hundreds and hundreds. Man, you know, there's a lot of people that came from the chess engine video who might not, you know the fact that I have like, you know, a ridiculous amount of, you know, like, you know, hundreds of hours of making my game engine on this channel, which, you know, yeah, it's a bit bittersweet. Now, I don't know if I'm going to get accepted. I have a few copyright issues because of the music that I've played on stream, so it might just be like, you know, just a whatever thing, but it's still, I think it's definitely, I was very surprised. Okay, so this is going to be the normal, so I need to, strangely enough, I need to subtract by 1 in each direction, I think. Now that's not exactly easy because we have to, no, it is easy. Don't think about it too hard. Okay, so we're gonna need 6 points in total. 2 in each direction, right? So yeah, let's just make those points just to be, you know, because it's going to be confusing if I think about it too much. So x0 is, we're going to make a new vec3, and it's going to have inside of it p dot x minus 1, and just p dot y. Yeah. So it's literally just that, right? Yeah, I don't know why I'm thinking about this too much. It's just gonna be annoying because now I have to actually convert that into grid space, right? So int mx is going to be we have to just get the indices. Actually, you know what? That's like another function. You know, we can make that static inline too, but whatever for now. Actually, not whatever for now. We're gonna inline it. Do I do vibe coding? No. I don't hate people that do the vibe coding, but I do find it pretty funny when I get these recommendations. I try not to, like, you know, be mean or whatever, you know. But I get these recommendations. I got this recommendation like the other day of this guy who's like, vibe coding every day until I'm a billionaire, day 26, and he's like sitting there with like 10 Claude Code windows open, with these sunglasses on and this whiteboard behind him. Like, dude, I just like, that shit was like the funniest thing I've ever seen in my entire life, man. I'm sorry, but dude, that guy is fucking fried. Anyway. Yeah, so this is just gonna be p.x plus, just don't try to think about it too much. Yeah. I have a tendency to like overthink the whole grid index thing when I do it. So it's gonna be v indexed by grid index of, I don't think it matters which way we go. Actually, do we, I'm assuming that this is, it does matter which way we grow, doesn't it? Because we are doing, oh wait, no, this isn't a v. We have to take in the it's float pointer cells. What are my opinions on Rust? I think Rust is awesome. I've used Rust a bit. I like it. It's just like working in it, as well as like any of those new languages, is just, I don't know. Sorry to be like a boomer or whatever, but to be honest, I think that C is just frankly better, and C++ is just frankly better. You know, like, I think what Rust is trying to do is really cool, right? Like, I do think that it is cool to also, you know, avoid errors and issues and, you know, things before you even compile. I think that that's cool about Rust, but working with it is just hell. Yeah, it's just, you know, it's like not fun to code in, at least for me. Yeah, those guys on YouTube are certainly funny, but they take themselves so seriously, is the thing. Like, it's not like they aren't even joking. It's like the craziest part. Yeah, I'm kind of wondering, maybe if they're just always going in the same direction, then the orientation doesn't matter. I'm just going to assume that that's the case, because if you do an absolute value, then it wouldn't be a normal, you know? So yeah, I'm just going to assume that that's correct. Yeah, no Vim key bindings in here is kind of annoying though. You know, I do admit that. The coolest thing about Windows XP though is that you can't have a browser. So all the code I write on this machine is 100% my own, which, you know, I prefer to, you know, getting mad and then checking Stack Overflow for somebody else's implementation. It's much easier to just like, or much better in my opinion, to just like write the code myself, because then I know how it works, and also, I don't know, I become a programmer. Yeah, Rust is good for companies. Exactly. That's the exact like use case of it, where it's like it kind of is looking at the PRs for you, like 100%. I totally get that point about it. Like, it definitely makes sense in that sense. But for somebody like working on your solo project, I really don't see the point in writing Rust. But, you know, there are people that enjoy it like as a thing, and that's completely like, you know. So this we might just have to normalize these in a vector, right? Is that just what we're doing? I did write the formula down, did I? Maybe I didn't. I think I wrote this down when I was looking at it earlier, yeah. Yeah, and then apparently I just normalize. And we're already between 1 and 0, so it's already normalized, but we need to do the normalization for a vector, you know. So we're just gonna do that. Okay. And to be efficient, we can just do that. And that should be it. It's my first ever serious project. It's a good question. I mean, I'm not really sure. Serious project is kind of hard. I mean, I guess my game engine was kind of serious, yeah. Before that, I mean, like my original Lenia implementation was kind of serious. You know, I had like a full GUI and stuff and all that, and it was kind of like my own ideas in it. Yeah, it's hard to really say because I've done a lot of projects, and it's kind of like, would I consider any of them just not serious, you know? I don't know. That's kind of hard to know, like, which one I would consider serious, you know? In terms of, like, making the code public, I don't really make a lot of code public on GitHub. I mean, people have seen write Rust just to do it, so they can, yeah, I mean, I don't want to say that, but, I think all of those new languages like Zig and Nim and this and that, I just don't think that they are reliable enough. The compilers aren't good enough, you know. I mean, Rust is different because Rust is like the big one, right? And Rust is like, you know, companies actually use Rust. But I kind of can't take anybody seriously who says that they write like one of these like newer, less, you know, like if you're writing serious code in those languages, you gotta also kind of understand that that's probably not gonna like be the best. I don't know. Also, we also have to, the annoying thing is that we also have to verify bounds and all this. So what's the most efficient way to do this? I think, I mean, you typically would do a macro, but I don't want to do a macro right now, so I'm just going to static inline this. I feel the same about Go? Absolutely not. No, Go is a serious language, for sure. Like, you know, absolutely. Oh, you know what? Oh, no, we can't. Yeah, that's kind of a pain, actually, because... Oh, actually, you know what? Never mind. It's not a pain. It's not a pain. We're just gonna take in the actual index. Like, I don't know what I'm thinking. Yeah, let's just return a boolean if it's in or if it's out. I'm trying to think, like, in my head is why I'm annoyed here is like what I'm realizing is that like we're not gonna have anything to average with if it's on the edge, and I don't know what the like what we do here if we just sample the center in that case, you know what I mean? I think that might be what they expect us to do. Go is simpler though. Yeah, I think Go is sick. I mean, I haven't actually, programmed anything in Go, but I mean, from what I hear, it's sick. Apparently, I've seen some of the things. I don't remember what, but like the syntax that they have is pretty cool, from what I remember. Yeah. So. Yeah. So. Yeah. So you know what? Let's not do this and instead just get the grid index here, and that way we can verify it and then push it to the edge. Like this. Okay, so basically like that, right? And then we're just going to push it to P's. Yeah, like this. Yeah, so we're gonna need yeah, so we'll just do that. That's how we'll structure it. But I need to actually write this. So I don't know why I'm so slow right now. I'm sorry. Also, the reason why I'm typing so slow is because of this keyboard. I actually can't use my mechanical keyboard with Windows XP. So I'm not going to explain why. It's actually like a very complicated reason why, believe it or not. Basically, just it can't enumerate correctly the driver, and so it's kind of going to be a bigger project, but I actually need to write the driver for it from scratch. Yes, I do need to do that. Or what's called a driver filter, which is, it's similar, but it's less painful. I just basically need to enumerate it myself. The thing is, I kind of need to do that in a VM though, because if I do it not in a VM and then I brick my operating system, then that would suck, Okay, so that's good. Okay, so we just need to copy this pattern. I mean, I know it looks disgusting, but it is what it is. I hope that this is going to be efficient enough in terms of, doing this every frame, but we're gonna see. I think I might actually have to like do some double buffering sort of weird stuff with trying to figure out if I can interpolate between simulation steps without actually recomputing everything per frame. I think that that's going to like make or break if we're going to be able to make this feasible or not, because once we get into like optimizations with like FFTs and everything, it's going to be super tight. It's not going to, everything's going to have to be super optimized, or else it's just not going to work, because I'm doing in 3D what isn't typically done in 3D. And there's a reason for that, it's just that I don't care. Just kind of like the problem with me in general is that I don't care, but whatever. Okay. Theoretically, that should be it. I think maybe, I don't know. So my idea here was like, let's just clamp it to the inner point, the midpoint, if it goes out of bounds, and so we just sample ourselves. Now, I'm not sure how good that is as a plan, but also we don't really have rounding, and I'm wondering if rounding is something that we should be doing. It may be a good idea, actually. Yeah, I think you do want to... Yeah, you do want to round this. I mean... Because then if you don't, you're going to get some weird... Like, it's going to be interpolating weird, so... That is necessary. I think you are... You might need to round the entire thing, though. Yeah, I think you do need to round the entire thing. I mean, now it doesn't matter because we're working with cubes, but when we're not working with cubes, then it's going to matter, you know? Yeah. Okay, well... Then we need to make another function that rounds a vec3 in that case. This is slowly becoming a little bit more complicated than I thought, but that's alright. I mean, I wonder if it's like faster to just take in a pointer and then just like do it in line, but I'm not really sure. But whatever. Okay, so now we need to do a mid thing, and it's going to be round vec3. Which, I mean, I know it looks disgusting, but you look disgusting. So. Just kidding. Okay. Okay, we have a compiler error. I was just making sure because I knew that there would be some. Float to int. Okay, I mean, just cast it, bro. Like, okay, we have 19 errors. Round F not found. What are you smoking? Oh, you're correct. You're so right, actually. Sorry. Why is this not in math.h? This isn't in math.h? This is... Oh man, I really don't want to have to implement it myself right now. That would be so sucky. That would suck so bad. Please don't make me do that. I don't want to have to do that today. Dude, this is why I'm I love C89. Oh my god. Dude, it's so crazy that they don't have round. They have to have it in here. There's actually 0% of a chance that they don't. Okay, they might not have it in here. Yeah, I mean... Okay, well, I mean, that sucks, but I guess I should just do it myself. Okay, well, that's fun. Okay, this is really hard actually to do that. Okay, that's really hard. I looked at the code for it and I was like, okay, I don't want to do that. Man, avoiding rounding completely is probably like not a good idea though. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're just not going to round for now, and then we'll come back to it because that what I just read was like, okay, that's not great. Okay, yeah, I forgot to actually just use the straight up indices here. Dude, yeah, that's such a bummer. This is the reason why people don't program on Windows XP though. That's kind of the reason why. There's probably some other library that I can get that does it though. I don't know what that would be though, so I may have to look that up. But I saw the code and I was like, okay, no, not doing it. No, not doing it. So.
Need better sleep? We can help. At Mattress Firm, you can upgrade now to a queen mattress and a
I don't really need a mattress. Okay, so we're not going to see any difference. I just wanted us to compile. So we compiled. Now, instead of doing all of these normals, I just want to see if we can, instead of averaging normals, what we're going to do instead is just do the central difference thing. And that is going to take in the cells and the points. So cells and P0, right? That's the naming convention, yeah. Okay. Hopefully that's correct. And then we just do that all the way down for all of the 8 points. But it is, I don't really know if it's going to be perfect, so. Okay. That actually should be it if we did it correctly. Okay, well, I don't know if we did it correctly. What? I want to see it on a cube that is completely, you know, not going crazy. But I feel like we did it wrong, if I had to guess. Interesting. Does it do? No, I do not program for a living. I am way too mentally unreliable to have any sort of like good source of wealth in general. But yeah. One day maybe. I'm waiting for my fairy godmother to come around and be like, "Hey, you seem pretty cool." But no. Yeah, I think I did this wrong. It's also hard because we're only seeing the edges of the grid anyway. Oh, also, this isn't a float. Wait, what am I doing? Wait, that's probably why? Those were all getting casted. Oh. Okay. Well, we may have a problem. I wonder if no, I do that correctly, 100%. I index that the same way. Yeah. Yeah, that's a bummer. I kind of wanted that to work properly. Yeah, let me see. Did I do this backwards? No, I didn't. Yeah, I mean... Yeah, maybe it's something that we have to turn it into an isosurface, and then, you know, for cubes, it might just not work well enough because it's just a flat surface. But also, if all of them are, well, okay, so let's try this. Let me try just not rendering this, or yeah, let's render that, but let's just not do the update. And so we should never touch the actual position. Yeah, that's... Oh, I know what it is. I know what it is. Oh, I know what it is. Okay, so it's actually not so over. The reason why this is happening is because we don't actually compute the central difference during runtime, right? That is true. We only do this on initialization, and so it's not, you know, there's no differences. Basically, what I would have to do is do this every frame, basically, which, you know, is sucky, but, you know. I mean, we're gonna have to do it every frame anyway, but, so why don't we actually just like try that? How am I gonna do that though? I have to do this locking thing. Yeah, I think that this can happen still. I need to look up in the documentation how I can make this a dynamic buffer, because we need to do that now. So if I don't do that, then I can't mutate it in place, which is what I need to do. I'm just gonna look it up in the book. I know that it said it here. Okay, here it is. Yeah, so D3D usage dynamic. I don't know why this wasn't in the header right here, but whatever. So if I go dynamic, then how do I actually do dynamic? Do I have to like put this as a global? Is that what I have to do? And then just like reference it later? Or is that not the way you're supposed to do it? It's called the dynamic buffer. Dynamic buffer. Yeah, but how do I specify which buffer I'm... Oh, it's this. It's this. Okay. Well, that makes sense. Okay, so then all we have to do is wrap this in a function. Yeah, let's just make that a function that just like literally does that. And we'll just call that during the render loop now. It's not going to be this way in the future, but I literally just want to test if the normals end up looking like, well, not complete trash, you know. So let's just call update birds and then do that down there as well. Okay, well that's not good. They would... What's the problem? Is cellverts not? Cellverts has to be a global. This 100% is. It is. Yo, what's up, Arya? Sir, I would like to know what your... Is this only during the render? No, it's not. Oh. Oh, that's a... Did my stream just die for a second there? That was so super weird. Okay, so this is not a thing. Wait, what? That's so bizarre. Why does this work when I do it in line, but not when I call it from a function? Like, what is the difference even? I'm not even calling the function. Oh. I know why that's a problem. It's so annoying that it does this because it makes me do this so that I can just compile it again. Okay, but this is still giving me a problem. Oh. That's is annoying because this, okay, well, I mean, if it's... I wonder if it's... Oh, actually, you know what it might be a problem with? Is that I didn't, yeah, that's what it is. It's because I made this dynamic, and so now this doesn't work. Okay. Okay, listen. You gotta stop doing this. Why do dynamic buffers not work? Like, hello? Okay, yeah, I know. Okay, so dynamic buffers just do not work. Maybe, oh, you know what it might be? It might be this. If I put it into managed memory, it might be a problem. I have to read what that is. Is this ray marching? No, it's gonna be marching cubes, which is a isosurface interpolating kind of algorithm thing. What I'm trying to figure out is, oh, I need both flags. Oh, it may be, wait. What's the error? Oh, because I changed this. What's the thing? D3D pool managed. Okay. I know what I'm doing. Okay, but now we're still mad at me. Can I not do discard if it's dynamic? Is that what it is? Okay, listen. Am I too stupid to know how to do a dynamic buffer? Like, why is this not working? Do not send an error report. Oh, D3D lock, no overwrite. Naturally. Okay, listen. It's making it's not giving me a pointer. Like, I don't understand how it's not giving me a pointer when I use dynamic. Maybe it needs me to allocate it myself. That's not what it said in the book, which is annoying. Yeah, this is why you stick to OpenGL, to be honest. It doesn't say anything though about this. Yeah, this is an index buffer that's dynamic. Maybe at this point, maybe I should just like do it manually until I figure that out. But that's so weird. Because now I'm kind of annoyed because I have to do this literally during the update loop, and this isn't the way you're supposed to do it. The way you're supposed to do it is the other way, with the dynamic buffer. See, now this like is so incredibly laggy, which is what I was assuming, but all of the, like, the streakiness goes away on it, which is what we want. So now if we bring back the update loop, it's gonna be super laggy. Okay, I feel like we don't have normals though. Even though we're doing it during runtime, it just doesn't seem like we have normals. We have a few. Okay, we have things happening now. It does not look great though. It does not look great. Which is kind of sad. Yeah, they seem to just be going in random directions. Yeah, honestly, yeah, I feel like I don't like the effect that this has anyway. Even if this, we got it to not be laggy, I think that this is just, it just doesn't look great. Which really does suck, to be honest, but, what am I doing? Good question. I'm working on finding a way to compute normals for a remeshing sort of thing that's gonna be happening. Right now it's just voxels, but it's not going to be soon. But it's kind of difficult to compute normals on the fly, especially on old hardware. It's not easy. Yeah. You know, we could try messing with it a little bit before we give up on this idea completely. I kind of want to see what happens if we invert it. Looks really complex. Yeah, I mean, it's not crazy. Yeah, I think maybe we could try 0 minus the 1s. I mean, this is just changing the orientation, not actually. What we might want to do is actually just like invert the normals, maybe. Yeah, I gotta look up how to create a dynamic buffer because it's giving me 0. Okay, well this is for DirectX 11, but yeah, they don't do it either. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's not telling me anything. I think I think it's just kaput. Am I doing a 3D Conways? I mean it's a generalization of Conways. This is Conways basically, but it's not going to be. It's going to be Linea. Is this how I earn my living? No. No, I wish. Um yeah, this I don't think that this is going to work. The idea with this method was to create normals based on the values of the scalar field. Um, it's possible that this might work maybe once we have isosurfaces, but yeah, I don't know if it's going to work right now. It might just look bad for now, but I kind of was hoping that it looked better. Um, yeah, it's strange, man, because oh, whoops. Yeah. It's just not getting a buffer back. It's not allocating the buffer. D3D just doesn't want to allocate the fucking buffer, which is annoying. It's very annoying. Lenny is awesome. Yeah, Lenny is awesome. Enable super chat. Unfortunately, I did apply for monetization. Believe it or not, finally, got the green light on that from YouTube. But it's gonna take like a while, so that does kind of suck. Yeah, I wonder. Let's just try. Let me try just like a really small buffer, and then see if it allocates it. Oh, I didn't leave. Can you stop, please? Can you stop, please? Yeah. Yeah, you don't have to tell him about that. Yeah, I don't think that this is working. Okay, well I didn't return a value, but yeah. Yeah, that's frustrating. I don't know. What is this again? This argument? Shared handle. Yeah, I think that that's just supposed to be null. Maybe it's this format, maybe. Maybe it's this format. That's a problem. Let me try one of the vertex 16, is that what it is? Probably not. What's this? Is it still the camera? Oh, no. I'm working on right now. I'm working on trying to make a dynamic buffer so that I can get this stuff working for during runtime, because right now I can't change meshes, so it's like, yeah, I really don't get it. I wonder if there's some flag that I need to trip or something. Because I'm assuming that the reason why it's so slow is because of us not using yeah. I mean, it's not my fault. It just doesn't want to allocate the buffer, man. I wonder if it's like something that I did on setup here that is problematic. I don't think so. Well, you know what? Maybe we just don't care about it for now, and we just worry about it later. But yeah, that is kind of a bummer. That is really a bummer. Yeah, so as soon as I set it to dynamic, it just doesn't work. So, I don't really understand why these graphics APIs though don't like tell you, hey, this is what's went wrong. Like they don't say anything. It's just like, oh, you know what, my bad. Like, you could just like tell me. You could just tell me. Like what the problem is. Okay, maybe discard will make it a bit faster, maybe not, but nah, it's still really laggy. But I think we just push on. So it's one of two options. If this, you know, normal calculating stuff doesn't work, if this stuff doesn't work in terms of shading, then the only other option I have is to actually create a hash for the entire, you know, global hash, and then average into that, which is not going to be fun. So whatever. Okay, I think we can actually start implementing this now, though. I read my bio. Do I make games too? I made a game engine. It was kind of like the main thing that was on this channel for a number of months. But I mean, mainly I just program, you know. I just program. Okay, so now our update step is going to change. So we can keep the size of the buffer at 36. I think that should be enough vertices. I don't think we're going to go out of bounds. I don't know what the maximum amount is, but I mean, we can think about it, right? So this is the maximum amount of vertices, is this, which is 16, right? So 16. So that's not that bad. Okay, so our update step is going to change now. So populate verts is going to change a lot. Okay, so let's just take the plunge and just delete all of this, to be honest. All of the points are not going to be made like this. The first thing we have to do is step around the cube like this and push bits onto a bit mask that then helps us index into here. And then this gives us the endpoints for I gives us the cube index, which gives us the edge table, right? And then we use the edge index to go into here to find the endpoints for each edge, and then we interpolate those, and then we emit the triangles from here. Yes. If that sounds complicated, it's because it is, but we're gonna do it anyway. Okay, so we need to find all of these, okay, and we're inside of this voxel, and so we need to go here, 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 in that order. Okay. So 0 is 0, 0, 0. Yeah. And then 1 is x in this direction. Okay. Yeah, I think we can do it. Oh, this is kind of gonna be difficult. This is what I got. I got this file from somebody's project, so I have to figure out what this means necessarily, because the way I'm thinking about it is if we're in the middle, we have to go -1, but I think that we don't go -1 and we just start at 0 and then this is 1. It's kind of hard to think mathematically about it, but I think that that's what's happening. So we're just going left into, we have to go through all the corners basically. And so we have to iterate that way. I have no clue how to do that though. That's gonna be hard. So first of all, we don't want to define a const float ISO value, and I'm just going to leave this at 0.5f. Okay. Something has to go negative, or else we're just going to sample ourselves, though. Like, if I just go 0, 0, 0, this is just going to sample here. Yo, what's up, Switzerland? How are you doing? I think that this is like the coordinate of the corner rather than what I need to sample. Like, I need to sample the cell here, and the cell here, and the cell here, and the cell here. Right? Like, I'm not sampling anything in here, right? This is our cell. So this isn't really 0, 0, 0. That's the point in local space, right? And then we go x plus 1, right? But that's not actually the cell's coordinates. The cell's coordinates would be, for this cell, let's just make this a thing, right? So for this one, it would be, if this is +1, would it be -1, -1, -1? Yeah? Because you have to go down, you have to go left, and you have to go out here to get this, right? And then you're just basically going for that basis the entire time, right? 0, -1, -1, and then yeah, you're just. Are you really subtracting 1 every time? Isn't that the same thing though? If you have 2, you're going 1. Hmm. Yeah, it's hard to think through this, because if this is -1, -1, then this actually has to be +1, because you're not sampling this. So this actually becomes +1. Wait. If this is -1, 0, +1, then that stays -1, -1. So that's actually correct. Okay. Yeah, this is not very intuitive actually at all. So this is going to be 1, 1, 1, 1, 0, 1, because we're y up. No, this is y. This is 1, -1, 1. Okay, so basically every 0 is going to -1, and every 1 is staying positive. Wait a second, but why is this a 1? I hope you really succeeded with my project. Thanks. I appreciate that. It's I'm trying to basically do some math here to figure out how I'm going to represent a 2D kind of thing in a 3D space, you know? Okay, so 1, -1, -1. 1, -1, 1 for 2. 2 is here. So, yeah, this is -1 from the top, yeah, for sure. And then this is 1 because we stepped forward. Yeah. Yeah, that's correct. And then this is going to be -1, and then... Oh, that's why this is confusing me. This is not y up. This is not y up. This thing. So we have to... all of this... oh gosh. Converting this to y up is confusing. So this becomes this. This becomes this. For that becomes this, this, that becomes this, this, and then that becomes that. 7 is, yeah, 7 is all up, so that's correct. Okay, so once again for 3, we are going -1 in x, we go -1 in y, and then we are still forward there. So I think now that we have the correct basis, it should be just -1, 1, -1, and just that's the translated stuff, because it can't be 0 because that's where we are at. We're sampling around us, so therefore we have to push 0 outside. So I'm just gonna do that, and hopefully I'm correct about that. I have no clue if I'm correct. The ASCII diagram of the cube, yeah, it's pretty sick. It was on this guy's GitHub. Hey, what's up? Kind of, my brain is kind of mush right now, but I'm trying to figure it out. So, okay. So for each one of these deltas, we need to sample. The thing that we want to do, let's just make an array of deltas for that. So const delta, yeah, so this is just going to be a this, this, and this will be let's just do yeah, no, let's just do that. Okay, and let's just copy and paste exactly what I just did into there. It is kind of gonna be painful though. It's true. So how we're gonna do this is we are going to do that, and then get rid of don't get rid of that. That's the good stuff. You kind of wish you had Vim key bindings at this point, but we don't. So that's not my fault. Blame the unbridled passage of time, to be honest, you know. The unbridled passage of time. I know that there's no music. I need to put on music, but I also feel like I need to finish this. Yeah, it kind of got me in a bad mood that the shading looks so bad. You know, like, I was really banking on that being good, because now things are going to become really, really difficult moving forward if I want to have, you know, good normals. It's going to be very hard. Okay, so this is for all of the deltas in each one in order. So, okay. I found it funny that to delete a line you have to type XT. Yeah, that is very true. I love the X stuff because you can go like, you know, you can just spam X and then select a bunch. It's like, it's really neat. So we just want to loop through all of the deltas and just sum it up into this. Let's just call this val equals 0. Yeah, it'll be just an integer. And so we want to get the grid. Okay, I need music. We need to get the grid index. What? Okay, I don't need the 50 Shades trilogies back on Peacock. I don't want to know about that. The grid index of the delta of... Yeah, so the vec3 of the current x plus delta I, yeah, because we did it like that, so it's gonna be y plus delta. I hope that I'm doing this right. I mean, who doesn't, right? Okay, so that's that. So now we use that to index the grid, and we're just checking if that ISO value is over our ISO value. So if that is greater than our ISO value, then val plus plus. Okay, that's what we're doing. As a Vim user, it's confusing. Yeah, I get that totally, but there are some things that it does well. There's some things that it doesn't do too well. You know. I do love the just like W and B. It's kind of like the whole point of the whole thing for me. Okay. The thing is that there's no bounds checking here. There's no bounds checking here. Yeah, there's no bounds checking here. Hold on. We have to do a thing here. Hold on. Okay, so to do the bounds checking thing. To do the bounds checking thing, we have to like pull ourselves up by our bootstraps and face the old Uncle Sam. Yo, what's up, Josh? I've been doing good. We may or may not set up upgrade with camera. I think I was streaming with the camera before, but yeah, it's I'm going to almost I think soon we're gonna have monetization on this channel, which is crazy. Thanks to the wonderful YouTube algorithm blessing me with the chess engine, boost. It's awesome, dude. It's sick. DX9? It is DX9. We are on Windows XP. This is DX9. Yeah, it only took like 8 months of streaming. But yeah, it is pretty, I'm pretty happy about it. So we have to bounds check this. The problem is we have to bounds check it in every direction. That's kind of the problem. I think maybe we just clamp it, right? Oh, but yeah, I mean, we can just like implement clamp really quick, I guess. Why Windows XP though? I think Windows XP is the last good operating system. You know, I think operating systems aren't artistic nowadays. I think, just everything about it is sick. I also love the fact that I don't have to deal with the internet. I think there's a misconception that like programmers are internet people. I don't like the internet, actually. I don't like being on the internet. I think like streaming on YouTube is cool, but man. I don't like, Discord, Reddit, any of that stuff, so having the ability to not have a browser so that, I don't even have the ability to like browse or whatever, it appeals to me for sure. We just want to clamp all of these individually. Between 0 and grid with -1. I literally can't, because it's such an unsafe operating system that if you connect it to the internet, you just automatically ruin your machine. Okay, so even I wouldn't surf the web if my browser was Internet Explorer. This is when Internet Explorer was good, though. It's when Internet Explorer, like the thing is, Internet Explorer, all of these applications back in the day were unbloated and well programmed. Now everything is Electron and dog shit. I mean, not to be like mean or anything, but seriously, it's like everything is just so badly programmed nowadays. Yo, this is the sickest shit. I mean, to be honest, it doesn't feel that sick. it's kind of not fun. Yeah, the problem is, what we've been discovering is that remeshing with with trying to do normals is kind of like an extremely painful experience, and so you know, it's quite slow. It's quite slow. You know, if we just fake it, then it's fine, you know, but doing the central difference stuff, I don't think it's gonna cut it. I think I have to do what I was planning on doing yesterday, which is actually just like hashing the points and averaging into this, and then doing that. But I think that that's also gonna be too slow. So I'm not even sure what we're gonna do once we actually implement the algorithm, but we're just gonna pretend like it's fine, you know? So let's just do if grid index, yeah, so we're just doing P is greater than the ISO value. That's what we're doing. Then the val is going to increase. I bet Visual Studio starts faster. I mean, yeah, it starts instantly. There's no little, you know, everything nowadays has this little, like, you know, window that comes at the bottom, at the top, at the middle of the screen, and it's like, you know, loading or whatever. Like when you open up like fucking Ableton or whatever, it takes like 10 minutes and it's got like this little thing in the center. I think that that's what Visual Studio does too, right? No, yeah, it starts instantly. Yeah, the splash screen, yeah. Let me show you. That's how fast it opens. The line ending. No. We're not doing that. The line endings of the. Okay, we're just gonna pretend like that's a scary thing to get. Okay, so where are we going next? Does the forced light mode hurt my eyes? No, it makes my eyes better, actually. I think I'm loving the light mode, to be honest. Modern programmers should be embarrassed by that. Yeah, I'm not surprised if they're like, you know, if they program some of that shit in JavaScript or whatever, man. It's just not it. Okay, so wait, hold on a second. This val isn't increasing, is it? No. What we are actually doing is we're pushing bits onto it. So this is going to be val. We are going to go. Yeah, I know what I'm doing. I think that that's how you do it, and then you're indexing this with that, because this is a 12-bit number that is going to index into here. Do you know what the fucked up part about all of this, you know, programming on this is? That do you know that math.h at this point didn't have round inside of it? Like, how insane is that? I can't round. I was looking up earlier, how do I implement round? And man, it's apparently super. What is this? This is OR. We are ORing a bit onto this integer value. Okay. So what do we do with this again? I forget. So one if isosurface intersects edge J for cube index I. Yeah, say it, don't spray it. Surely just quantize it, yeah. I don't know, apparently they like, I don't know, I was looking it up and it was a lot of bitwise stuff to do it efficiently, but I mean, yeah. I could just quantize it, you're right. Yeah, so I don't know what we're doing. So let's get the edge. Also, let's name this not like they did it. I can't stand camel case, man. I just don't understand why it's a thing. Like, I don't know. We're adults here, you know what I mean? Like, we don't have to do that anymore. Okay, so we're just getting edge table indexed by the val, I think. And now we just have to go through this, through all of the edges. So if edge yeah. Okay. Then what? I kind of forget. I think that what we have to do now is that this is an index into here. And then this gives us the vertices that are endpoints for this. And then we use this formula to interpolate them. Yeah, I don't really know, to be honest, but we're just going to pretend that I do. Okay. So let's make the function that interpolates between the 2 points using t. That gives us a... What does that give us? That gives us a point. Okay, so let's just do... Okay, and this was going to take in effect 3a, effect 3b. I think. Yeah. So this is the value. So we need the value of both of those and the points themselves. That's... How do I do that? We're actually going to have to... Oh yeah, that's gonna be painful. Okay, so let's just pretend like I didn't just see that. Yeah, that's gonna be cursed. So we actually need we need the int VA and int VB. So we have to get the value of those scalars as well. So this is going to be int, this is this part. So it's whatever the ISO value is. Yeah, let's just call it that. I'm just going to copy the thing because I mean, I'm just going to do it word for word here. Very true. Okay. So this is just VA, VB, VA. And this is going to be the point interpolation themselves. So I don't have myself the vector, you know, subtraction stuff implemented here, so that's what I have to do really quick. I wish I was old enough where I learned to program in this era. That's what I was saying the other day. Was like, dude, like, I hate to be that type of person that's like, I wish I was born in another generation or whatever. Like, but man, like, imagine if I was like born at like 70, 78, 79, and then like, when I was like a teenager to early 20s, I had like fucking the 90s, you know, like Nirvana and shit. And then you hit like 2000, and then you got this like new agey shit, and all like the good Coldplay albums and like you know, the culture. And then once you get to like 2010 and 2015, you know, that when shit goes downhill, you know, you're already so old that it doesn't matter, you know? That's kind of, I mean, that's what I think about it. Is it B minus A? I forgot. Yeah, it is B minus A. That's how I feel about it. But, I mean, can't change when you were born, unfortunately, I guess. Whatever. Probably would have had enough money working. Yeah, you would be one of these older, you know, older fellas. I mean, for me though, I'm not necessarily like that worried about AI. Well, I mean, the thing is, I'm not actually worried about AI like in like the sense like, oh my god, it's too good, it's gonna take over the jobs. I'm worried about AI because I think rich people are assholes and they don't care if AI is good or not. They just see that it can replace jobs and that's what they're gonna do. Like, you know, it's a different type of scared. If we lived in like kind of a, I don't know, like a more normal, you know, sort of society, I would not be afraid at all about it. I think there we go. AI doesn't need to be good to take your job. Your manager's just said to be stupid. I mean, this has been happening for years, though. Like, this is nothing new. This has been happening since the age of mankind, where it's like people in power, as soon as they have the ability to take advantage of, you know, people who are less fortunate, then they just will, you know, like it's nothing new. It's kind of why I hope I never get rich, because I think it's like inherent in the human condition to be an asshole when you have power. The most impressive thing is that 3D cube in the comments. Yeah, I was in somebody's project that I, you know, copied the tables from. Okay, so I don't think I'm doing it right, but you know. Okay, so this is kind of the painful part though, is that what you really want to do, and I know that this sounds stupid, but what you actually want to do here is you want to have you want to have this and just like yeah, and then every time you step through the grid you just put this onto vals so that you cache it, so that you don't have to re-look it up. You don't have to look it up later. Yeah, this is what it is. We can write this better, but for now, just want to make sure that the code works. Okay, so now that we have all of that, what we need to do is we have the indices. This gives us this. And then we interpolate between those 2 points, but of course we need the values of those 2 points in that order. But that's fine, that's fine. Because we can look that up right now. Oh, okay, so we also need a vec3 verts, which is an array of 12, and we will have a count that we are going through. And so we're just going to do like this, and edge, we'll just do it in line. I don't know what I called it. Oh, I did that backwards. We have A. So A is always going to be the first one in the tuple. So that's going to be inside of edge 2 vertices indexed by indexed by I believe. Indexed by I with 0 because we're getting A. Let's not do it in line. I just, I totally just went back on my word there, but yeah, you just don't want to do this, so get the 2 indices, and then from here we're just gonna do that. So we need to get the point, right? That corresponds to that. So we have that inside of points. That's why we did that earlier. No, we only have the vowels. Oh, I hate that. That's the case. Yeah, you need to step through this first to get the indices, but you also need to cache the points themselves, which, now it's just starting to look really ugly. But I think that this is the way to do it. Maybe there's like a much better way to do this, but at least for right now, this is fine. So this is going to be points indexed by A, right? Okay, and now we need vowels indexed by A, and then points B, vowels B, and then the ISO value. I mean, it's not the prettiest code I've ever written, but I think it's going to work. Okay. So I don't know what order these are in is kind of the problem, or if they're going to be in the same order. I don't think so. I think that you have to index into it, basically. Yeah, I'm wondering, so this is 0, which is corresponding to a certain vertex that we have inside of here, but I don't think that we're doing the correct order. I think that I might have to actually go into here. Yeah, so that it's always in the correct, so that when we go through it, it makes sense. So now we're just going to iterate through this. So we're just going to go a while loop, because we're just going to get out. The whole point with these is the negative ones just tell us when to stop doing, iterating. I'm just wondering if you want to, how do I omit these down here? We're going to want to do the central difference thing, but so okay. What's the name of this table? It's triangle table. And this should be indexed by the exact same val that is this, I think, because they're both 256, and so so very simply like that. And so at the end, we just basically want to do I mean, really, what I should have just done is like a proper whatever. Whatever. Okay, so now we just have to omit it, right? I think so. So, okay, how do I do this again? I'm just going VIDX. Yeah, I think that we just do a rolling count now. So VIDX plus plus is going to equal a vertex with a with the point, which is going to be, we're using next vertex to go into verts by next vertex, and then the normal is going to be central difference with the cells and P, which is the point. Okay. Well, if I did it correctly, then it should work. But, you know. Okay, we're just gonna comment all of this stuff out and just pretend that we know what we're doing. Okay, so we got a compile error. T, undeclared identifier. Oh, so true, actually. Oh, wait, what am I talking about? Wait, hold on. I think that this needs to be a float, dude. Yeah, this needs to be a float. Conversion from int to float. Possible loss of data. Oh, hold on. Oh wait, we need to actually multiply them together. I didn't even like consider that. I for some reason I just didn't. I totally forgot about that. Is this actually a dot or a multiplication? Or like a cross? I don't know. I'm just gonna do a mole right now, and then we're just going to go with it. We'll see what we see. Okay, so I'm just going to assume that it's this, and then if it isn't, we will look up like example code later. Okay. I need to put the music on again. Okay. What? Oh, you know what? I never included this. Conversion from int to float. Oh, I didn't do this. This is strange. Oh, wait, hold on a second. This is supposed to be a float as well. I think actually all of these are supposed to be floats. But it's getting mad at this line. Oh yeah, it's mad at me because of this. Yeah, yeah. I'm blind sometimes. Float to int. Did I? Okay, yeah. So this, we can do it with floats because it should be, technically speaking. Yeah, dude. It's sometimes like I watch these streams back and stuff, and then I just like I find like, how am I so stupid, dude? It's like, float to int. Wait, what? Oh, oh yeah. Okay, I think we're almost done. Yeah, I do have a tendency to do that. Okay. You hate to see it? You hate to see it. Okay, well, hold on. Let's do what? I mean, okay, let's just face our fears here. Well, that's not good. The thing is, so the reason it's so laggy is because, you know, we're doing it like once a frame or whatever. The thing is about it though, is I think, I know it seems messed up, but I think it might actually be correct. I think it might actually be correct, which is kind of scary to admit. It is not changing shape though, which is concerning, considering that it should be much more noisy than this. It certainly has the look of correct. I don't really know if it has the look of correct in it, but there is. I think the fact that it's a shape does mean that we did something correct with it. Like it is kind of cube-like, which is, you know, what it started as. Man, I wonder if there's like how we can actually test if this is correct. You know, I don't really know how to test if it's correct at all. Very cube-like. I mean, it definitely is. It's kind of like more like a pyramid sort of thing, but he's got the spirit, you know. Yeah, I don't even know how to debug any of this, to be honest. The annoying thing is like, yeah, it's like, it's not really difficult. Here's what we can do. Let's do this. Let's just initialize it and not do any updates to it, and just initialize it to random stuff and then see what it looks like, because then we won't be lagging, we won't have any of this, you know, weird normal stuff going on. Let's just try that. I feel like that might tell us a little bit more, like what is going on with it. Okay, you hate to see it. Oh, you know what's also neat that we can do? We don't actually have to do this anymore. We don't have to do that anymore. We only do this now. We just, you know, do the whole thing. Okay, but it is kind of concerning that there is nothing that showed up there. That is concerning, yeah. For sure. Huh. Hmm. It is definitely strange that it does take a while to. Hold on a second. You know what? I wonder if we have to zero this stuff. Like, we never actually zero this thing. Um. Yeah. Just like try that. I mean, we didn't mem set it. The thing is, we didn't mem set it every time. It is strange that we don't actually get like a field on the output immediately. Hmm. Terry Davis 2.0. Thanks. It's good. It's good. It's good. I'm working on. Well, it is a bit cursed. It is a bit cursed, but we're working on basically making a 3D cellular automata, but it's difficult when it comes to these, meshing and trying to figure out what exactly, you know, what exactly is going wrong with it. I mean, it might be honestly that nothing is going wrong with it, and that it's just too, it's just too noisy, the data. Or maybe I did some of this wrong, which could be like really bad. You know what's worrying is that this thing, um, it sometimes like says that that my stream goes down, which is so weird that that's happening today. Okay. We can try changing the ISO value. The thing is with this ISO value is that it basically, everything is either a 1 or a 0, right? In terms of Conway. And so it's not continuous, right? So if I don't have, an ISO value of like, I don't know, 0.0, then, well, I mean, that's not really correct either. It's like you thought it was your internet. Yeah, I don't know why that's happening. Um, I think it's, I don't know, probably my internet provider or something. Even though I don't understand what you're doing now, I still find it really cool. Oh, thanks. I hope that that you find it interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I might have to drop the bit rate in a little bit. Sorry about that. Um, yeah, I don't know. What is the type for? Because you can't do uint 8t. You can't. Is it a short? I mean, I don't think that that should matter though. Maybe we should just say if one, just to see, you know, just like. Okay. Okay, well, there is that. There is that. There is that. Yeah, that's weird. I wonder if I'm. I hope that my. It may be that like this is wrong, that this is wrong. You know, technically, so their implementation of this is is this way. It's, but I thought that this is stupid. So their implementation of this is this. Okay. But I was like, that doesn't make sense because you're supposed to be sampling the corners. But I don't know, maybe I'm just stupid and it is actually supposed to be that way. Well, I don't really know if I'm stupid, but it's not working. Well, I didn't really expect to get it right the first time, so. Yeah, it seems to really like this pyramid shape, even though it's technically supposed to be a square. Well, you know, technically, but. Yeah, you can join the Discord. I think the link is in the description, or you can do !Discord. I hope that the link works. Yeah, we do have a Discord. Let me see what's inside. There's a lot of vertices. All these lines. There's a lot of edges in here, man. That's a lot of edges. See all these lines? It looks like kind of a sketchbook. But those are all the different you know, edges that are inside of this giant blob. Something is happening. It's not really the intended you know, thing, I think. I almost wonder if we just like don't do this. No. Oh no, yeah, that is correct. It is next vertex. Yeah, it is. Let's just do, just for testing purposes, let's do vert I equals points I, and then just like, just don't even interpolate along edges. Okay. Well, that's incredible. Anti-aliasing nightmare, yeah. Wow, this is actually kind of cool looking. I mean, it's definitely not correct, right? But like, this is kind of cool. If it wasn't like 2 FPS a second, it would be kind of cool. It looks like they're like turning inside of each other, like kind of like a machine. It's kind of cool. I wonder if I'm supposed to initialize these 2 points and then only change the ones that need to be interpolated. The thing is, I think that maybe this is the intended result for this, even though it doesn't seem correct. The reason why is because everything is either a 0 or a 1, and we just have a bunch of noise being inputted into it. So it's kind of hard for me to be like sit here and be like, oh yeah, I think this isn't the intended result. I don't know what the fucking intended result is. No one has really done Conway's Game of Life in 3D, or any of this stuff in 3D, so I have no clue. Maybe I just implemented this correctly, and that's just the way it is. If for the people who haven't been here though, if you want to see what the input looks like, right? I have a compiler. Yeah, this stuff is not a part of it. If you want to see what it looks like in terms of input wise. Well, this doesn't have updates right now, so that would be why that's like that. But it's supposed to be like a cube that's going crazy. I do have updates right now. Wait, what? Oh, it's because I didn't do this. It's because of this. So this is what it's kind of supposed to look like. I mean, it is really low FPS because we haven't really worked on, my hoodie. As it's one of these, like, the meme, the quarter zip. It was my Christmas gift from my mom. She always gives me like sweaters and shit. This is what it's supposed to look like. Well, not supposed to, but what we're doing is we're basically creating a ISO surface. It works? No, this is I was just showing what the voxels look like. The raw voxels look like. But the thing is, what we're doing, it's not supposed to be, even doing that. It's supposed to be creating a smoother surface, right? So, the fact that is not working is... Oh, you know what else? Oh, hold on a second. 12. Okay, you know what it might be? We didn't actually consider how many vertices there are. Because we did 36, right? And we're drawing 12, but we don't actually know how many vertices are actually in this thing that we actually emitted. That's probably what it is. Okay, well, we can just have this return an integer that is just the amount of vertices that we got out. So that's probably what the thing is. So return vidx. Finance Chad. The quarter zip movement was over. Dude, it's finance Chad. It's crazy. Believe it or not, I don't want to sound crazy here. Also, this is supposed to be times 36. I didn't go to I went to business school momentarily. Now, don't ask me why. Please don't ask me why. I went from art school to business school, which is like, like insane, like kind of like psychopathic, like. But why I did it, I have no clue. Okay, no, we're staying strong with the triangle, with the pyramid. The pyramid, it wants to be a pyramid so bad. I mean, finance and quarter zips are just so nice, man. Yeah, I love the feeling of a quarter zip. I love the feeling of a quarter zip. But me being like, the way I am, I did not get along with the people in business school. But then again, business school in America is kind of, it's got kind of a different. I was in art school. I went to art school for music composition. It's actually kind of like what I spent most of my life doing, not programming, was making music. But didn't work out. I mean, it's kind of like my own like self sabotage with it, to be honest. But I like programming more anyway, so. You won't draw out a quarter zip. Yeah, I mean, I like it, to be honest. I think also like if you wear it like with a tie, it's very cool. It's very good. Like I used to do the whole like V-neck sweater and a tie thing. I always liked how it looked, but I bet that it's the same with the quarter zip too. Yeah, I don't know what the intended result is here, but this is stride. Yeah, that's stride. So yeah, it's whatever. Well, listen, I think we got to kind of move forward. Uh, just- yeah. Yeah, man, I wish I ever had a job. I don't think I've ever had a job where I could just wear a hoodie to work. Electronics engineering, you definitely qualify to wear a quarter zip. 100%. 100%. Yeah. Yeah, I wish that this worked with the D3D usage uh dynamic, but it just doesn't allocate the pointer. It just doesn't allocate this. Like, look, it's just not gonna allocate it. Like, I mean, I don't really know what else to say here. I also tried like different, like maybe it was too big or whatever. I tried everything to get this to work, um, but it doesn't want to today. Um, okay, so it says okay. Wait, really? That was it all along? Oh my gosh, it's so not laggy now. Or well, I mean, it is kind of still laggy, but it's not as bad. Okay, well, all I had to do was, you know, do a better job of googling. Okay, so this is good. That this works fine. Um, and we are doing D3D lock discard, but I think we're supposed to do, according to the book, we're supposed to be doing D3D lock. If we're doing dynamic, it said D3D lock. No overwrites. Oh, it says that you're only going to append data. Oh, never mind. Yeah, I wonder if when we discard it, I think it already gives us, we don't have to memset it. I think it already gives us a zeroed buffer. But yeah, I mean, it is just kind of slow. I think that like what we might end up having to do is just like interpolate between simulation steps and just have a back buffer sort of thing. But that's going to be kind of painful for me to figure out. It's not laggy now. It shows a little slideshow. Dude, I'm telling you. If you saw it earlier, because we were doing it, you know, not recreating the meshes from, you know, scratch every time, it was working fine. But yeah, because the way we did it earlier was we literally had it like if we aren't building the meshes every frame, then it looks like this. Right, it's gotta get rid of this again, and yeah, so it looks like this if we don't build the meshes from scratch every frame. Okay, well, you know, like I kind of have to like refactor the entire code base just to get back to what it was. Why are you mad at me? Syntax error return. Yeah, whatever, dude. Like, no, I probably like, yeah, it's this. I messed up I commented this out. So this is what, see? No slideshow. The normals also looked like better than doing the central difference stuff, but this is, you know, what happens when we don't build the mesh per frame. However, the whole goal was to build the mesh per frame. So, yeah. Basically what we're doing here is we're just like drawing, we're just basically, you know, just choosing what to draw, right? Instead of building all of the vertices per frame. If you were to do this on like, you know, not 2000s hardware, you could probably get away with it, but for now I think that it's kind of hard to get away with it. Yeah. Yeah, I think that might be what we have to do, is just like update it over the course of several frames and then just like interpolate between them. But I don't know how we're gonna interpolate between them, really. Like we could have like a certain amount of buffers, right? Like if we have like 4 buffers for vertices, or something like that. And then, you know, the issue is that like you would have to be like backwards in time, right? You would have to like be backwards in time. So you would have to calculate them and then, but I don't know how I would interpolate between them even if I had that. Even if I had 2 buffers and we said like 4 frames or whatever, I would still have to actually change the vertices. Transform the vertices. I wonder, like, we can try setting the grid to like super small just to see like if the size of the The grid helps. Okay, well, that's not good. I don't think it does, but definitely helps a little bit. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like this is probably incorrect, to be honest. Even if it was correct, though, it's just like, wait, it's so slow. Okay, so let's just step through it again and then see if we can figure out what's going on. So let's make sure that my clamp is correct. Because if that's like incorrect, then that would be like pretty embarrassing. I don't think it is. No, yeah, that's fine. Delta I for each one, yeah. And then get the grid index for P. Yeah. And then we check if it's greater than the ISO value. Yeah, and then we cache the value in the point. Hold on a second. No, don't trip yourself out. No, it's not that. The edge. Wait, hold on a second. I think I have to do that. No, that isn't the bug either. I think that was definitely a bug though. The edge to vertices for I. Yeah, I'm really worried that it's this that's the problem. Like maybe I should just like try copying what his um thing was, because I think that might be what it is actually. Oh, I do have it exactly like his. Wait, no. Okay, yeah, so I swapped X and Y, which is bad because now I don't know what the correct thing is. So now I have to look this up on my thing here. I think I probably messed up there, to be honest, because okay, so this is what it is. Wait, no, that's not what it is. I have to find where I have it. Okay, so it's 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, 0, 1. Okay, so all of the X and all of the Y's need to be swapped, or the Z's and Y's, I think. I swapped them back. I swapped them originally because I'm Y up. Yeah, that doesn't actually fix it either. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I guess we can just leave it for now and try to implement kernels and then see if this works for us moving forward, but it may just not. It's not actually even the math is the annoying thing. Like, this isn't even it. Like, if we comment this out, we're still gonna be in a slideshow. I'm like 90% sure. I mean, yeah, we aren't gonna draw anything, but we'll still be in a slideshow, I think, even regardless. Because we were still in a slideshow here. Yeah, maybe it was silly to think that this was going to work. Because this was still a slideshow anyway. It's kind of the thing. So, yeah. Is this actually... Yeah, that is the amount of vertices, isn't it? 12 times 5 times 3. Or maybe it's not. Is that the amount of primitives, or is that the amount of vertices? Is the question that you're asking here. Yo, what's up, zombie man? Question: I'm new to this world. I already studied Java and I want to look into C++. Any books, site suggestions? I don't know about books. I mean, people definitely like have recommended a few books, you know, that they went through. There are probably like a lot of really good books out there. I never learned from a book though. I never learned from a book. Honestly, I just look stuff up as I go along in general. But I should have probably learned from a book, to be honest. Now, yeah, this is still the same thing. I'm not sure if that's correct, but... Yeah, thanks for stopping in. I'm sorry, I suck at giving like any resources, to be honest. You know what, I'm kind of wondering if we just like, maybe we just put this off until later. There'll be any more outside streams with Helix? That's a good question. It's kind of cold here, so outside streams are kind of hard. But maybe a month or so, a few months. Maybe let's just go back to this and then like just implement Lenia at least, and let's not like get stuck on this for forever, you know, because this is gonna, you know, I don't know if I'm doing this correctly, and I don't want to get stuck on it for like so long because I don't even know how to like test if it's correct anyway. So so let's see if it's VIDX divided by 3. Did I get rid of the update code? No. Oh, I'm drawing them regardless of if there's a thing at the... So you're only going to do this if cells IDX, is IDX a thing? No, it isn't. So just do it if not cells, continue. Euro syntax error. What? Okay, whatever, dude. Oh. GZ. Wait a second. Yeah, I'm being dumb. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, it is pretty cool. I don't know. I'm not sure if that's correct though. It's the weird thing. Like, oh, you know what it probably is? Oh, that's probably what it is. It's probably not divided by 3. It's probably just VIDX. That's probably why. Okay, never mind. Wait a second, hold on. Maybe I was actually right to do the to do X and just cast it to int. Because oh, whoa. Am I indexing this wrong? I do the weirdest silly things on my stream. How did my chest engine go? It went well. I think I'm kind of done with it. I have to like probably make a binary or something just so that I can just leave it and it not be a thing anymore, you know? Yeah, I'm happy with the chest engine. It took a lot out of me for sure, but I'm kind of happy that it paid off, you know? It restored my faith in humanity, seeing it that blow up like it did. I put a lot of work into that, so I was happy with it. Yo, what's up, Sid? Yeah, I feel like I must be indexing this incorrectly. Oh, you can't use Z because Z gets oh, because this starts negative. Oh. Oh, so you have to use. Very true. But then you get this. Wanting to clear anywhere. Yeah, I'm not a coward. No, I'm not. C++, this is barely C++, by the way. There is no C++ in this. There's no operator overloading, none of that. I'm not a heathen. Dude, this is, but why does this not work though? I'm assuming that the indexes here don't correspond to our indexes in world space, which is very sad. Oh, I know what it is. I'm just being super dumb. I'm being super dumb. I wasn't increasing this before we continued. Wait. But now this is... Embrace C89. No. No, thank you. No, thank you. I've been burnt enough by C89. You gotta like declare your variables all the way up here and stuff like that. That's too much for me. That is just too much for me. Okay, well, it's not that because we push in the vertices down here. Anyway, so it's not that actually. I mean, maybe it is actually the GXGY. It's not GXGY. Maybe you have to actually translate these into world space though. Wait, but no. It should be GZ, GX, and GY. It should be. Maybe the way I'm rendering this isn't correct though. Like, I'm just going to make sure to mem set it, I guess. It could also be that VIDX is not the correct amount of vertices. Oh, wait a minute. I know what's happening. This is a very strange bug. Okay, but I get it now. Okay, so we aren't... Okay, I get it. So I need to actually do this. I need to do that over... Well, I can't do that there because I'm continuing. Okay, well, this is going to be ugly, but you're ugly. I'm just going to do... For now, let's just do this and just like wrap the whole thing in it. I know it's ugly, but it's whatever. The reason why this isn't working is because the cell size still needs to get yeah. So this works. It is kind of still a slideshow, but you know, that is what it is, I guess. Okay, so now time for Lenia. Why not use Windows 95? I did consider it. I think that might be some further experimentation with, you know, older graphics. I think doing all this stuff is a lot of fun. Okay, so this is still a slideshow because it needs to go through and then do all of this stuff, but that is what it is. I don't even think that it's a problem with the normals. I think, well, I think we already tested this out without the normals and it was still a pain. So whatever. I think you know, it's time to implement the first kernel. So that's what I'm gonna do now. I don't really know how we're gonna do it though. I kind of forgot how to do all this stuff. But it's gonna be similar to what we're doing with Conway right now, but we're instead going to convolve a kernel in 3D. And we can start it just with ones around the midpoint. Okay, so let's try that. So right now we do this. Right. So if it's a 1, then we do this, right? But instead we want to instead make this continuous. So that's going to be this. And so we're just going to accumulate into here. Okay? That's the first step. Okay, so now I have to look. I have up here Bert Chan's code for all this stuff. It's in Python though, so I have to kind of like think about this in terms of this. You guys can also you know, read along with me. Hopefully this works. Okay. So this is what we're doing. Okay, so this is the convolution right here. Right, and then it says, right, and so it's the same update here. Oh wait, no, this isn't the kernel. What am I talking about? Okay, so it uses a function to do it. And then it does the same update. Okay. I remember this k-sum stuff is... Right, so this is the kernel, and then it sums up the entire, all of the ones, right? So in this case it would be 8 is the magnitude of the kernel, and then you use that to convolve it, I think. I think you basically just divide it by that magnitude. So I think that's correct. My understanding of that is correct, I think. Is this Endeavor? Yeah. When are we on the Linux window? Since like 2 minutes ago. I guess it's Endeavor. I mean, Endeavor is basically just Arch. Just, you know, it's basically just Arch. Okay, so instead of this update loop, what we're going to do is, wait a second. Does he have the growth here? No, he doesn't. He does not. He still does u is 2 or u is 3, which is basically this, but it's not. And then he does the incremental update with growth. He does a growth function, and I believe like a growth array called u. I don't really remember how any of this works, but yeah, I guess we can just convolve, and then, you know, the rest will come naturally. Okay, so we're just gonna start with a kernel just of ones around the entire thing, and so let's just define that. I'm thinking too hard about it. I'm gonna admit it. I'm thinking way too hard about it. I should not be thinking too hard about it, but I'm thinking of like a way to future-proof it, right? It's like, you know. For now, let's just literally make a 3x3x3 array for k. So let's do that. So yeah, let's just fill it with ones. Let us just fill it with ones. I'm going to have to look at the code that I did last time to actually generate kernels and stuff and do the Gaussian stuff. It was disgusting, but whatever. So if we're in the center, we just, you know, are gonna not have, we're just gonna set it to 0. What is a kernel actually? Um, it's just a circle, man. Kinda. It's just, well, it doesn't have to be. It could be a differently shaped thing, but a kernel is basically just, you know, a little thing with values in it. You know, you can have kernels of different sizes, but for now you can think of it as just a circle, you know, with weights inside of it that, you know, we put it on top of something else, and then we look at those weights and then, you know, sum them up and divide by the magnitude and, you know, convolve it, bro. Just convolve it, bro. If I'm remembering it correctly. I don't really remember. Okay, so now this is going to be actually times the k. This is going to be disgusting, but you're disgusting. No, 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 no. You don't want to do this. I don't remember how you... What's the solution that you don't have to do this, but... Oh, man, I hate it. I hate it. I'm such a, like, a disgusting response to doing this way. We're not going to do it this way for long. I'm going to figure out how to not do it that way. But, yeah, that's disgusting. Okay, whatever. Wait, no, no, no. This is, you gotta do... It's like a starting point. So what I'm doing right now is I'm basically looping over everything that's near the center cell, and I'm doing this. I'm just multiplying it by the weight of the kernel at that position. But they're all 1 right now, but I'm just like trying to, you know, basically say. So that's basically what I'm doing, right? And then we want to have a float k sum, and we're just going to sum up all of this into here. This isn't going to be this simple, right? This isn't going to be so simple later on when we have like kernels that have multiple rings and stuff like that, where I'm gonna have to remember how to do that. Okay, so now all of that's done. We need this, we now yeah, that's all right. So we still have this update rule the same, actually. We still do. We just need to we need to normalize n by k sum, okay? And then use that instead. Technically, that should be it. That's not a good sign. Let's try not multiplying it and then see. Okay, well that's not good. Oh wait, hold on a second, hold on a second. Yeah, the update rule might actually have to change. Because okay. Word. Word, bro. Word. What's the problem? Did I do something stupid here? Or am I the stupid? Let me try not dividing my k sum, I guess. Okay, I mean, we can try just running it back to this. Okay. So this works. That works. This doesn't work. Well, that's a bummer. Why, though? Cells DIDX should be 1. Or either 1 or 0. So it should be, like, exactly the same thing. It should be exactly the same thing. Okay. Okay. I think our attempt to move Linnea into 3D space is going awfully. It's going pretty poorly right now. It's going pretty poorly at the moment. Yeah, I mean, speak your truth, I guess. Wait, hold on a second. That's why. Oh. Well, that's definitely why, but... I mean, I think that that's probably why, but it doesn't make it any better. Like, we could try just rendering it anyway. Oh, now it's just gonna render the whole thing though. That is true. And dividing it doesn't work, and but this works for whatever reason. And we definitely set cells to 0, right? Cells is 100% initialized to 0. It has to be. It is calyx, so I mean that kind of sucks. Yeah, I mean if it's calyx, then there's not much that we can do about it. If this I feel like this is such a stupid bug that's happening here. It's probably something very stupid that I'm not, Oh, wait a second. Yeah, wait. No, that's not correct either. Yo, what's up, King Savage? I am the chess master now. That is true. I'm very happy that that video got big. I'm very happy about it. Now I'm starting to think that it's the oh, hold on a second. We can't do this. Oh wait, no, we can. Got a side gig to support your shenanigans as a food delivery agent. That's cool. I feel like I would suck at that job. Very stressful. Very stressful. I wonder if it's the update loop that's... There's only CLIs? Well, I mean, it's a lot of not CLIs. In terms of this, I mean, this is pretty much the biggest graphical interface of all time. I mean, like, I wish that I could like just print this out, but it's not going to be nice if I print it out. None of this matters is the thing. None of that even matters, so... If cells IDX, I guess it's always getting into cells IDX, and that's the problem. Let's try greater than 0.5F, I don't know. I think we definitely have to normalize it by the thing, maybe? Have I ever tried coding assembly directly? I know a bit about it, but not really like done a program in it now. I wonder if it's like floating imprecision, sort of, maybe. Programming something like a Commodore 64 game in assembly would be an experience, yeah. Like truly talking to the chipset one-on-one. Yeah, I think it would be a lot of fun, to be honest. Probably would be a lot of fun. This is so annoying. I just don't understand why this isn't working. Like, this is like such a simple thing to be working. Like, it's really like so annoying. Like, why does this not work, man? Hold on, this isn't even working now. Wait, what? Wait, how did I break this? Is it in my render that I changed that and now I broke that? What? This was just working. What do I think about demo scene? I'm not sure what that is. Maybe I'm ignorant about it. I think I broke it. I think I broke it. Oh no. Wait, this was just working. Wait, what did I do? I had this with N though, and this worked. Wait, it does work. Wait. What? What did I change? Like, this is exactly the same, no? Unless I'm blind. I think I'm blind. Okay, but that still doesn't work, though. Kernel convolution, man. Basically, people who make stuff on old hardware. That sounds cool. I gotta check that out. I mean, that's all stuff that I'm into, right there. I'm into all that. This would only make sense if cells DIDX is not like, it should always be 0 or 1. Maybe I just add an assertion here just to catch it. Is it asserts or assert? Okay, well I didn't finish writing the line of code, did I? Like, it's dangerous to do because of... Okay, but like... Can I get the value of this though? I wanna see when it trips the assert though. That would be awesome, dude. There's probably is a way to do it with this debugger, but I'm like too stupid to figure it out. But yeah. I could just literally do I'm so confused, man. Oh, why did I just do that? Oh, man. It doesn't print out here, which is the annoying thing. Like, there's another way to do it, to print out to here, and you can't just use printf, which is like super annoying. I just did this the other day. Okay, so it's output debug string A is what it is. You have to do a char like this, and then you have to, this is just gets s printf'd into s, and then you just use output debug string A. S. Okay, but now it should tell us. Wait, what? Oh, I didn't put it. My bad. -1? What? -1? How are we going to -1? Wait, what? We have to be going out of bounds. That's the only answer. We have to be going out of bounds, I think. It's the only thing that makes sense. I'm 100%. I mean, that's the only way it gets to be a -1. Is that. It still gets to be a -1 here. I have a repository for my sway setup. I don't, unfortunately, but it's pretty much just default. To be honest, it's pretty much just default. Where do I populate the cells array? The thing is, actually, hold on a second. You're a genius. Wait, but this is guaranteed. Wait a second. Dude, if that's the problem, I'm gonna be so fucking pissed. Wait a second, I think it is the problem. Oh my god, I would be so pissed if that's the problem. Hold on a second. Wait. Okay. Wait, how the fuck, dude? How the fuck was that working, though, for so long? Wait a second. But why are... Okay, so a few questions I have to ask here. A few questions. Why are we seg faulting? That's the first thing. That's the first thing we gotta ask here. Okay, we aren't seg faulting. Dude, I'm so pissed about that. I'm so pissed, dude. Oh, it's because the last thing I did with Rand, I wanted it to be -1 or 1, and so I had that in the back of my brain. Whatever. It's fine. I don't care. Oh my god, that pisses me off so much. You have no idea how much that pisses me off. I'm so fucking pissed. Cache seg fault? No, we aren't seg faulting. It was because of this. It's because of this. Apparently, this was crashing us. I don't know why. I think it may just be lagging us to the point where we're just dying. But yeah, don't tell anybody about this. Oh my god, I was sitting here for like 30 minutes trying to figure that out. Man, that's such a bummer. I don't even think that we can normalize by KSOM. We're not gonna get anything out. So there's also that. Okay, but it's the same exact... Okay. Well... Yeah, well... Yeah, I don't want to talk about it. Man, that's annoying. Okay, well, we're just gonna pretend like that didn't happen. And just play ball, man. Okay, so now we can put it into continuous space, that's cool. So we need to have a growth function, and the growth function is going to be this 0 plus 1 if it is 3 minus if it's less than 2 or less than 3. So it's just booleans. It's gonna start at for the thing. So let's just do that. An incremental update with growth, right? So this is going to be, instead of having this like this, it's just going to be like this. So back idx is going to equal 0 plus n equals 3. I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure if it's good in integer space or not, but it's whatever. And then this is going, so this in our case would be, since we have this here, that's what that n equals 3 is. For us, that's going to be this conditional in terms of our 3D 3D thing. It's just literally this. Yeah, I think that's it. Pretty sure. I think that's it, and we've segfaulted. Well, not segfaulted, we just are stupid. Yeah, I didn't put this at the end. Okay. Okay, we're stuck in time. That boy's stuck in time. That boy's stuck. That boy's stuck in time. Okay, so... Huh? Wait, what? Wait, hold on a second. No, I'm not thinking about this correctly. Okay, so what it is it's a and 2, which would be 1 if it's 2, or with if it's 3. And then in this case, if it's 3 minus... No, that's correct though. That's what I have. Oh, wait a second. I think it still depends on the back itself, what we get. I think we have to actually like check What's my keyboard? I've got 2 keyboards here. My keyboard that I built, the mechanical one, is, I think you do exclamation point keyboard for all the specs or whatever. But the one that I can't actually use it in Windows XP. I have to make a driver for it. I literally can't. But the keyboard that I use for Windows XP just got it at a thrift store. It's like a Dell. Why Windows XP? I think it's cool. I think it's neat. It's also cool to program with constraints. I don't like modern graphics programming as much as I like the older stuff, because it's all about shaders nowadays and expensive graphics cards and blah blah. Hmm. Just don't connect it to the internet? Yeah, thank God I don't like the internet. Because, you know, that is, it's awesome that I don't like the internet, because then I get to experience. If you want to see what I'm looking at this right now. I'm looking at this. U is the value of neighbors. That's what it is. So it's, yeah. So U is the convolution. We also have to clamp it between 0 and 1. Yeah, it's confusing because we aren't seeing any change, which is kind of annoying. Like, if I saw that we were changing, I at least would know. I would at least know what we're doing wrong, but we aren't seeing any change, which is strange, to say the least. Okay, let's just clamp it, at least, you know. Yeah, it's not changing at all, which is strange. Try to log the result. Yeah, it's a good idea. I have to... Yeah, that's the annoying thing, is that now I have to do the pattern again to do that. I think I copied the wrong thing. I'm supposed to copy this. Simple aesthetic keyword. Yeah, I'm typing on a membrane right now, so it's just a cheap old Dell thing. Actually, yeah. So let's just get rid of this. No. Let's just check if back isn't here, then okay. So I mean that can't kind of answers our question, right? It's like it's either 0 or 1, which, you know, it's a, well, you know, the problem with this is that this thing just yeah, there we go. It was, printing out that much stuff is really dangerous. But yeah, so that just kind of tells us what we already knew. Without clamping, I can guarantee that it's already going to be the same. I wonder if having it as as a see, I wonder what their zero is here. This zero plus the all of that is kind of interesting. Wait a second. No. If we want to do this exactly what it is, right, it would be it would be, this would be exactly how it is originally, and that's also but that's exactly equivalent. I guess we wrap this with if cells IDX. It should be exactly equivalent what I just wrote though. You know what would be messed up would be if on the render side, if it's greater than 0, then we are rendering it. And and I do set this to the full amount, right? I know that I was messing with it earlier. I do set it, yeah, I do set it to VIDX, yeah. I wonder why conditionally this doesn't work. Anyone explains what's happening here? Yeah, I do have Minesweeper. I don't have that one. I think I know what you're talking about. What I have is I have the pinball game. So what's happening here is I'm trying kernel convolution with Lenia right now, and I'm trying to figure out I'm trying to figure out how to do this. I do know that game. I can't. Dude, I feel like I remember what you're talking about. I don't know if that's like some memory that is, messed up in my head or something. Actually, if we want to do this, then it would be this. Would be oh wait, no, you would use cells IDX. First of all, you would use cells. Oh yeah, so you go back IDX plus. Yeah. Well, I mean, sure, I guess. Oh, I meant cells. The level where you couldn't see the guy and had to use a radar to see his position. I'm not sure if I'm on the same page anymore. I think my memory may have been something different. Maybe something completely different. Technically, it would be... Technically, this is the conditional, if we're being, like, exact. But it still isn't doing an update here. I mean, that would technically be the exact... Wait, what? What is the back array? The back array is a mem copied cell array. The back is just our working copy. The cell array is what we're reading from. I mean, a cheap way to do this, you know, like a cheating way to do this would just be to like multiply this or whatever, you know, this is by a certain value, but that's not what we're supposed to be doing yet. Basically, you know, this is supposed to equate to the same thing as what we just had, if we do it correctly. But because of the Python syntax and shit, it's like kind of hard to exactly know. But you could just technically just like multiply the update step by a certain amount. Like you just do like times 0.5f or something. Okay, that still doesn't work. I'm pretty sure that and our end is back to this, yeah. Well, half of it disappeared that time. Either way, it's kind of... Yeah, I mean, we might just have to move on to the next step, to be honest. Because we might just have to move to, you know, continuous before we can actually do it, you know? Without just, like, hard coding it. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what the problem with the update is. It's kind of bothering me, to be honest. But the thing is, like, it also is like it was always kind of janky. The fact that this was in 3D already, so it may have to do something with that as well. Like, I may have to do, yeah, something with that as well. that if it's in 3D, it just, doesn't update as well. The goal is continuous space anyway, so the next step, it says, is continuous states, and we're multiplying the k-sum by a certain constant amount of states, and then we just clip between 0 and the number of states, and so that's really simple to implement. So let's just do this, and it'll be 12, and I'm just gonna it's k-sum times the states. Yeah, okay. And I don't think we're using k-sum for anything yet, though, so we don't even have to worry about it. So now the growth is going to have to be multiplied times the number of states, it says. So all of these numbers are going to have to go times states if we want to do this. And hopefully this gives us more like fine-grained stuff that we're no longer the problem is, how do I I have to this also is that now it's got to be states as well. So let's just do that. I think it's 12. It would have to be 13. Yeah, this is kind of similar to what we were seeing before. It's kind of similar. Can you update the Discord? Oh, sorry. You can try. I think this is a correct link. Hopefully, I think so. If not, I hope that I think that videos, the newer videos have a better link. I'm sorry about that. I don't really know. Am I updating the arrays in the right order? Yeah, I am, because I update it in the exact same way here. It's, if I do this, right, and go back to doing this instead, this is going to work, I think. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. This is inclusive with 0, right? Like, I'm not tripping here that it was supposed to be -1? I don't think so, right? I don't think so. I'm going to, I guess just log it because why not? But yeah, that's interesting. I think I'll just log the, yeah, I'm tracking down stuff like that is quite hard. Quite hard. Do we have to multiply this times because we're in 3D or something? Probably not. Probably not. Probably not. Yeah, I kind of want to just log n, but also I feel like that's just not going to show us anything. It's just going to show us a bunch of numbers. Like, wait, actually, that's an incredibly large amount. Why is that so large? Wait, what? Wait. Wait, how is... Why? Wait. Wait, what? It should be at most like 32. Was I always iterating this wrong? Wait. This is so cool. It's pretty embarrassing, but I'm glad you think it's cool. Oh man. Wait, what? Hold on, I mean, this is gonna be like the stupidest thing of all time, but like, let's just actually see how many cells we you know get into. I mean, like what? I need to see. 27. 27, and we're... Wait, no. So I'm not iterating it wrong. It's just... What? We're adding up to... Oh wait, no, I'm being dumb. I'm being so dumb. No, we have this many states, so yeah, that makes sense. That makes a complete amount of sense, actually. Never mind. I'm just being super dumb. Okay, but let me just try to put states back at 1. Oh, it's because I'm printing out all that stuff. That's why. If I put states back at 1, are we still okay? Okay, so we're fine. We're fine if states are back at 1. Yeah, I think it may be like a big problem with making this 3D. There might be a lot of tinkering we have to do with it. Yeah, it is still usable. It is still usable, and in my argument, people should use it, because I think it's sick. So I am iterating it fine, and we are adding them fine. I'm just stupid because the amount of states, of course, makes it higher. Yeah. That should be the exact same update loop pretty much, but I mean it's not because it would be this basically. It'd be that. Yeah. So this is technically what it is, but I wonder why it looks not as... Yeah, it doesn't, Oh, it's probably because this was, less than or equal to 6, and... Wait, that's the same thing. That's the same thing. I'm gonna admit it, that's the same thing. Oh, it's because I'm wrapping this in this, of course. So this is exactly the same now. Yeah, so that's exactly what it was before. Yeah. And multiplying this times states just, it's not going to work, unfortunately. I think it's not going to work because the more states we add, the more, you know. The more touchy it is gonna get because it's 3D. So yeah. I think I might just have to toy around with it until it works in terms of like displaying good, because I don't know, it's got 3 dimensions, I guess. Does have 3 dimensions. Oh, also, by the way, this can't be clamped. This has to be clamped to states. Duh. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. We almost had it. That's supposed to be a 12. Oh my gosh, it's so close. Ooh. It's so close, man. Yeah, I think that it's like so close to working. It's such a shame. Yeah, I mean, it's so close to working. It's hard to know if it's like the fact that our bounds are just uh, too low or what. Like, I would be very hesitant to move the bounds at all. Ah, it's so close, man. Uh, oh, that was so close that time. That was so close. Yeah, I mean, yeah, maybe our update loop we should make it exactly match what they have. Um, the thing is that they are in 2D space, so theirs is 12. Okay, so let's think about this. So they have it's 2 and 3 and 3, right? And so that's similar to what we have. So we have 3 here. Wait, shouldn't this be 9? Wait. If we added another dimension, shouldn't this be 9? Or should it actually be 6? I feel like this should be 9, though. Didn't... I think that should be, or, I mean, okay, but that's a bit strict. That is a bit strict. When they increase the states, they actually make it a range. So they increase it by hand. So for them, it's 3 times 12, which gets them to 24, right? But for us, it would be 9 times 3, which would give us 27, okay? So 27. So this is less than or equal to 27. Wait. No, that can't be right. That can't be right. Wait, no. So it's that times 12. It's 27 times 12. It's 27 times states, so let's not even worry about it. And then that would be, theirs is 20. How do I figure that out? 20... Why do we check for n in the back IDX? Oh yeah, so the n is the neighbors, is the value of the neighbors. That's what the n is. So, for us it's 9 times that. I think we might just have to ballpark it. Theirs is 24 and 20. So, yeah, it sucks having to do that. We get so theirs is multiplied times 12, so 3 times 12, right? Or no, it isn't. That would be 2 times 12. Oh, so they don't even scale theirs linearly with states. Oh. Well, that becomes pretty hard. Okay, so then let's just copy their values for it and just multiply that times 3, right? So 24 is going to be multiplied times 3, right? And that's 64. And then 20 times 3 would be 60. Wait, is that really? Wait. Wait, isn't that, wait. Do I not know how to do math? I see these kinds of streams every day. Well, thanks. This is, no, that's 48, and then, no, yeah, that's 70, that's 72, no? That's 72. Has to be. Yeah, that's 72. Okay. And then, so this, their value for this would be 18, and so it's 18 times 3. 18 times 3 is it's 36, and then 46, 54. Okay, 54. That's the less than or equal to 54, and then 32 times 3. So that's 64, 96. Okay, this better be like the coolest thing I've ever programmed and not look like total ass, or else we're gonna be kind of pissed. But okay. Fail. Why? Oh, I forgot the, wait, no, I didn't. What? Oh, well, that's also a bug, but what is the problem? B, undeclared identifier. Oh, my bad. Okay. Okay, well, we at least it didn't disappear immediately. Uh I mean, I think it worked, but we may just be. Yeah, so they apparently they when they do it, they divide it by the number of states to normalize everything, but we don't have to do that. Uh, uh, less than equal to, yeah, yeah. It's in between those, and it's greater than or equal to. Wait, no, 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 no. It's that. It's that. It's that. It's that. Okay. I know the normals look crappy because of the stuff that we did earlier with the difference or whatever, but it is doing it. It is doing it, I guess. I think so. Um, yeah, I'm just making sure that their code is matching mine. I should have really re-implemented this in 2D before I did 3D just to make sure that I knew what I was doing. But I think that this is correct. Now it's just a matter of, we could, what we could do. It's kind of hard to do that though. Terry Davis died for this. that's that's interesting. Um, I mean, we could modulate the numbers themselves around to try and find good values. I just don't want to mess up the field completely. It is just kind of, you know, it is a bit too stable, the field, and I wonder if it's because, well, first of all, technically, we're multiplying everything times 3 when it's not really times 3. It's really because you have 8 on the inner ring, and then on the outer ring you have 9, right? Because you have the center as well. And so the tricky thing is that it's not exactly times 3. It's kind of times 3 plus 2, right, for each one. So maybe I should have added 2 to the beginning before we did that. So let's try adding maybe it's just adding 2 times 3 8 6 to yeah, let's try adding 6 to everything. Hmm. The reason what we're seeing here on the side, by the way, this is just an artifact because we don't have wrapping. We aren't convolving with a wrap to the other side, pretty much. So, yeah, it's kind of hard because I don't really know what it's supposed to look like, you know, but yeah. All right, well, yeah, it almost makes me want to try it in 2D just to make sure that I'm doing it correctly, to be honest. But yeah. I'm going to um, I kind of want to try turning on the ISO surfaces this time and just see what it looks like with it. If I mean, I doubt that it will look any better. God, that guy really threw me off my game. Wow. Yeah. Um. Yeah, I mean, this is still gonna be a pyramid, I think. Yeah. Yeah, it seems like everything is anchoring to that one place on the top, which is kind of strange. But yeah. The thing is, so this ISO value is going to have to scale up with the amount of states that we have. So it would be like times 12, right? That's what it would be like. Wait, hold on a second. Wait, wait a second. Wait, hold on a second. Wait. Oh, shit. Oh. Oh, hold on, hold on, hold on. X isn't in world space. This is GX. Wait. No, it's not. It's not GX. The Z is how we're supposed to be displaying it. But maybe this is actually, but that's why that was bugged out. That should be No, it still is a pyramid. Wait a second. But that totally is correct though. This is totally correct though. Um, that idea. To restart to that position. That's completely correct. I want to try those deltas again, the other deltas maybe, I don't know. Now that I fixed that. No. 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 Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he did. Yeah, I definitely am right about the way I did that, but it still is bugged. To be honest, I wonder how that's going to actually affect the other stuff though. I mean, this is still completely bugged, but I wonder how that's going to affect the regular rendering. Is it this should also have been affected by that 100%. 100%. Yeah, now it seems like the normals are broken for the side that is because if central difference works off of this, this isn't transformed into the actual space. Okay, so wait, that might have been the bug with central difference the whole time. Was that we were feeding it the point in world space, but not in I can make a function that does that, that transfers us from world space to uh, yeah, let's just do that. So we have to do, it's going to be a.y minus the grid width times cell size divided by 2. And that's going to be the same thing for the z component. It should also actually be the same thing for... Oh, it's actually plus, right? It should actually be the exact same thing for x. What we should have done, actually, I have a function that just adds a scalar, so we should have just done that. Technically, though, this is grid height, you know, technically, but it's just whatever. I think that's the way it's supposed to be. I mean, actually, maybe this is already scaled by cell size. No. You still need to multiply it. Okay. So, that's that. Oh. Okay, so that fixes the normals, but it's still, the thing is, it actually is working, even though it looks super buggy or whatever. The thing is, if you notice, the gradients are fading in and out. You see how it's like, it is interpolating. The light areas are slowly going to black and then slowly going back, right? That's because the scalar field is, changing values, right? And so lighter areas are, wobbling in and out. So it is working. What isn't still working is the isosurface stuff. That's what still isn't working. But this works fine for just pure voxels. What am I doing? I'm listening to an ad. I'm working on some 3D, automata right now. Kind of banging my head against the wall about it, though. I thought that it was a really cool idea to try and do it in 3D, but I didn't really anticipate how hard it was going to be honest. But, you try things and then you try other things and then, this and that, Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it it needs work for sure. Is it DirectX? Yeah, it is. Are you time traveling? Yeah, I mean, I wish, man. How long have I spent on this project? Like 2 days. This is my second day of making it. Um, hmm. Yeah, I see. This is kind of so we've scaled up their linear values to try and test if it works in 3D space. However, I don't think it really does. Probably due to the nature of 3D space as well. You know. Yeah. Um, that is just the way it is, though. I think. Yeah, I love it, man. It's sick. It is sick. Yeah. So yeah, I'm interested to see like how I'm off here on the isosurface side because you know, at the end of the day, the isosurface stuff is the more kind of interesting stuff. But yeah, I am off somewhere with it. I did multiply this times 12, so our ISO value is correct. And the points are all on world space, so we don't even have to be worrying about this. This is always in world space, so yeah. Oh, actually, oh shit. Oh shit. That's what it is. Oh my god. That's what it is. Oh my god. Oh my god. Uh Okay. Man. I was so confused on this for so long. But yeah, you need, since this is our centered world space, we need to translate this to the grid space. So that's what we have to do here. Respectfully, why the old look? I mean, that is a pretty respectful thing to say. Um, I think it's just cool. I enjoy older graphics programming more than modern, because I like stuff that isn't, you know, abstracted away in shaders and stuff. Claude one shots this for 40K. Well, I try not to pay the rich money. Do I play guitar? I do. I do play guitar. In fact, most of my life I played music. Okay, so now, hold on a second. If this is the complete bug... that was guaranteed a part of it. But we still have a collapsed surface inward. Does it still look like a wafer inside? Like, yeah. It is collapsing inwards still. There's probably some other bug here that's happening. But C++ is best, you think, syntax-wise? I'm not like a huge C++ guy. I'm a C guy myself. You know, I'm a C99 guy myself. So I'm not really, I can't really say for sure. Unfortunately, I have to do C89 in this version of Visual Studio though, which sucks. You believe in a future where we have open source graphics cards? Yeah, man, that would be sick. Unfortunately, I don't know if that's gonna happen. You know. I have a tendency to believe that we will continue in the path, you know? But I mean, in my opinion, the reason why I'm doing this is like, I firmly believe that like it's the talk sort of thing. Like, if you believe like that modern society is shitty, then just don't interface with modern society. It's that simple, in my opinion. Um, so we are clamping this fine. I did do this right. Like, I'm not dumb, right? I'm not dumb, right? No, yeah. So this has to be the start and the end, yeah. Yeah. But to change it, you have to interface? Nah, man. I genuinely believe that if people just, like, stopped buying shit and stopped doing all their bullshit, the world would be so much better. Like, immediately. Are we not going to do a 2D implementation first? I've already done a 2D implementation. And to refactor this, just to put it into 2D, would be a pain in the ass. I'm close to figuring this out, actually, though. I think I am. I wonder if this interpolate edge is actually a problem. There's kind of no way for me to know. Honest opinion on the Industrial Revolution and its consequences. Is that a reference to something? People used to be more interested in the topic of computers. Modern kids don't even know what RAM is. I think that they do know what RAM is. I think that they're just, I don't know. It's like more is better. It's like, can I get 32 gigs of RAM and like a brand new 30,000,000 graphics card and this and that? It's like, I don't know. Just to play a game where they just, fucking got an AI to do art for it, it's like, whatever, dude. My thoughts on GNOME and Fedora. I think, I don't know, like, I think GNOME is cool. I haven't used it myself, though. Fedora seems cool as well. I know, like, cool people that use it for sure. But as far as, like, you going for it, maybe, like, is this your first, like, Linux thing? I'm not really sure. I think GNOME is cool, though. But I wouldn't know. I mean, on my Linux machine, I don't have a desktop environment. So, if you're like a programmer, I don't know. I would definitely recommend like Sway, for sure. I think. Yeah, I mean, I don't think we should be, looking to run back the Industrial Revolution. I think that technology is cool. I just think, I don't know, we should just be better humans instead. That would be sick. Yeah, I think I might just try and log these positions, because if I'm interpolating these edges wrong, then it's going to turn out like mush, you know? Which might be what we're seeing, and I can't just like turn off the interpolation for the edges, or else it's just not gonna work, you know? Like if I do this, for example, it's just not going to literally render. Yeah, it's just gonna be nonsense. Am I using a VM now? This is on my other computer. Did I add some log? Not really. I should probably do that. That's a good idea though. Like, it is kind of annoying to have to do the boilerplate every time I have to do it. But yeah. We can just copy the pattern again and just do it. This isn't starting from 1, though. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. I kind of wonder, maybe this is like supposed to go backwards. It's worth a shot. Like maybe, yeah. Okay. That didn't seem to work at all. Wait, really? That just doesn't render anything. Well, that's crazy. Huh. How's the Industrial Revolution bad? Yeah, I never said that it was bad. I don't know. My friend and I, you know, back in college used to always have these like philosophical arguments about like, you know, I would always say, man, like, you know, I hate, you know, modern things and the direction the world is going with like social media and all this shit. And he would say like, but like, you know, imagine what it would be like to live in Victorian age and like, you know, shit on in a hole in the ground and all of that and blah blah blah, blah. And then I was like, I mean, yeah, you're not wrong about that, but also you've got to like take into consideration that back in those days they didn't, you know, have the idea of a toilet in their head. You know what I mean? It's all like kind of relative, but you know, when it comes to the truth, I mean, the world has always been the same and it will always be the same. It's just like different points in history. It's all the same shit, you know. It's, you know, people have power, take advantage of other people. Same shit. I mean, different toilet. Sometimes no toilet at all if we're talking about the Victorian age. But yeah, that's my opinion on it. Why am I using DirectX? That's a really good question. I wish I knew myself. I don't know. I had Windows XP, and so that was the way to go with it. Yeah, this isn't working either. It just has become a blob. I fixed the bug and then it became a blob. Cutting on Windows XP is crazy. Thanks. Yeah, I think if I had to guess, it's that it's somehow wrapping around to the other side or something. I think it's the key is in here, so we should probably just like log it. Like I said I would before I started talking about the toilets in the Victorian age. Okay, so I'm just going to yeah, let's just see what the points are like. It's hard to really, you know, say. You're really gonna make me include string.h right now? That's crazy. Wait, really? What? Is that in stdio and not string.h? Okay. Well, the more you know. What is bloat? There's a lot of 0, 0. So what we're looking at right now, well, Actually, maybe that's fine. What we're looking at now is the points, right? Zero would be the absolute center. Okay? So us having a lot of zero is very suspicious. Very suspicious. The graphics of the window at execution give me a callback. Yeah, I love Terry Davis. There was a guy in here earlier that said Terry Davis died for this, and that got me in kind of a bad mood. What is my favorite lang? C. C is what I usually program in. Yeah, so this being zero at a bunch of different points is kind of keying me into the fact that this... Oh, actually, hold on a second. There's not... Oh my fucking god. Wait a second. It's always missing 2 dimensions. There's one of these that's broken. Okay, I mean that should be fine. And we're multiplying times this. I guess if A and BX are the same, or A and B are the same, then it would get, it would become 0. Oh, interesting. Okay. Maybe it's supposed to be a cross mole. I'm not sure. I have to look at the formula again that I had here. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, dude. Okay, well, I found the bug. So, you're not supposed to multiply this times t. You're supposed to multiply this times t, and then add this to a. I just read the formula wrong. People talk dirt in a world where every person is just a different version. Yeah. I mean, yeah, we're all the same, so... That's why I hope I never get to be rich, because I feel like I would turn into a jerk, you know? I think I humble myself on purpose to avoid that, you know? So I have to make a thing to scale it. So yeah, it was because I wrote it like sloppily when I was, you know, earlier today before I started stream, and I just didn't I wrote it wrong. I read it wrong, you know, which is, I guess, you know, it happens, but yeah, that sucks. So that's going to be times t, and that's that, and now we have to add them both together to this, and that should be that. Yeah. So I have to make a vec3 add thing. It's not the first time this has happened to me, to be honest. I just like have trouble with like my attention span, and so sometimes I just will read something and be like, oh yeah, totally, and then just like, you know, take it for granted. and not really think about it. Uh, what is it mad at here? What? Constant to float. Bro, like, what the hell do you want from me? Just cast it, dude. Just cast it, bro. Like, just cast it, man. Like, I feel like if you truly love programming, the modern landscape and modern jobs are low-key depressing. Exactly, which is why I don't program for a living, because I would fucking hate myself. Yeah, it's so lame. I don't hate new technology though. Like, I think it's cool. It's just kind of like a bummer. Oh, I forgot to not print out, but as you can see, we finally have dimensions on our goddamn thing. So basically what was happening is that I was subtracting B from A, which is correct, but when they live on the same axis, okay, you're basically only going to get one direction, right? So you're going to just get the x vector, which happens because they're triangles, right? So we get the x vector, and what we were doing was we were just multiplying that times the a times the a point, right? You know, in my mind that made sense, you know, because of the whole t interpolating thing, but obviously you're going to end up with, you know, no, you know, y and z component because they're 0 and you're multiplying times 0. So I didn't really, that's just my bad, you know. Love the streams. Whenever you're streaming Tokyo Split stuff. Oh yeah, I love Tokyo Split. That's awesome. That is awesome to hear. Okay, so this is the correct, maybe it's not correct, but it's close. This is what I expected to get. So it may look like super buggy or whatever, but basically what's happening, now we have a cube, right? So what's happening inside of here is that it's, you know, it's trying to figure out a way to represent this like really noisy gradient that we have. So it's close. We definitely have some other bugs though. Maybe if I stare at it for another 20 minutes and we'll figure it out. It's kind of fun to reverse engineer code. Yeah. It's like a Rubik's Cube. Why do I have Windows from 2010? Well, it's kind of like 2008. This is 2008, yeah. But, man, because the world went to shit in 2010. Yeah, we were talking earlier about how cool it would have been to be like a teenager or like, you know, early 20s in the 90s. You know, I think that would be like a sick age to kind of get that. Okay, so we're close to having it correct, but not exactly. And now I kind of want to try the other way of going about the vertices. If we go actually based on the corners rather than, I wonder if this is better or worse. It is super jagged. Yeah. When did I start coding and how did I love it? I started coding when I was taught in high school, like computer science. I was taught Java, but like, yeah, I liked it immediately. When I went home, I would just like code, you know, just like terminal stuff, you know, like Minesweeper and stuff. Um, yeah, you know. But then I moved to New York, and then I was like, oh, you know, I should do coding here. And then instead, what they had was an internship to make music, you know? And so that's what I ended up doing instead of coding, you know? And so my life just kind of completely, you know, took a whole swerve, you know? Um, but yeah, I love coding. I almost wonder if somewhere, maybe in the, hmm, Lithium is light attracts bugs. Yeah, yeah. Trust me, I know. We got these giant fucking roaches in the southern U.S., dude. It's like, man, it's disgusting. I mean, it's not like, you know, my house isn't a mess or anything like that, but they're just like outside, like flying around at night. Like it's fucking crazy. It's like I was out on the porch once streaming, and dude, it just there's this huge ass one just like came right next to me, and I was just like, okay, time to leave. Trust me, I know, because they like get under the screen and shit. Like I have to turn my lights off at night, or else bugs will like find their way in. It's disgusting. I hate insects, man. It scares the shit out of me. I mean, what I'm doing seems cool. I'm sure you could have made money out of coding. Yeah, I mean, if my life went differently, I think, you know, there's a lot of ways my life could have ended up differently. But you know, like I said earlier, I'm not really sure if you know if any, you know, for me, like my dream job, to be honest, is just like probably like doing some like embedded coding for um like some like CNC machines with some other chill dudes who like wear flannel and shit, you know, like I um I would love something like that, like something just like chill with like a bunch of other chill dudes that just work on like, you know, you know, system software for like machines or whatever, you know. And there are people and jobs like that out there. It's just few and far between, you know. But that's my dream job for sure. When I go for a coding job, then, uh, because there aren't very many, you know, coding jobs that aren't doing things that I really wouldn't want to do, you know. What is my job now? I haven't had a job that isn't food service, that isn't washing dishes and shit like that. So, you know, but like the thing is, honestly, like if I was to work type to learn React, that's exactly what I'm saying. If I was to work that, I would hate that even more than washing dishes. I would hate that way more than washing dishes. I can tell you that much, man. If I had to like make a portfolio website with like, oh, I coded Pac-Man or whatever, like fuck that. I don't know. Sorry to be an asshole, but like I just want to like work with other people who treat me like a human. And if the job application isn't going to treat me like a human, then I already know, you know, I already know what's happening there. You know? Whatever. Um anyway, yeah, so this still isn't working. I kind of want to just like, what if we just to test here, we just set vert's I to A. What time is it? It's 5, I think. I'm just trying to figure out if it's the interpolate edge function still, or if it... I mean, I'm not even sure what this would tell me. Yeah, you know what it might be? It might be rounding. Round F. The fact that we don't have rounding may be a big problem. So how do we deal with this? That's a good question. How am I gonna deal with that? Yeah, so when we interpolate, I think I'm just gonna quantize it, like add 0.5. Wait, but am I even... I don't even think I... What do I think about Linux distros to Windows? I mean, I don't use modern Windows. I think modern Windows is awful. But I also think that Linux distributions should stop catering to everybody and start having some identity. That's how I think about it, you know. I think all Linux distributions are actually like 99% the same, you know. I kind of think, you know, we should start making something like cool. Yeah, I do. Where was I trying to round earlier, though? I remember I was going to do that at some point. Oh, here. Because this P samples the cells. Oh. Okay. 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 See, you just gotta stare at something for long enough until your brain figures it out, you know? Okay, well... Jesus. Okay, now it's a bit jaggedy. It is a bit jaggedy. But it is kind of cool. It's starting to work. I am using Windows XP, yeah. I have it on this old computer I have. Dude, it's starting to work. Everything is kind of, you know, you can see it. It's like moving together. It's very cool. I think the next thing we want to do, though, is round these, okay? Because we're sampling from the grid. Hold on a second. We still need to... If we want to get a grid index from here... Wait, hold on. Does this... times... Yeah. So what we need to do is we need to round it. So... yeah. Yeah, you wanted to, like that. What's that PC's specs? It is, I don't really remember. I think it's got like a Radeon 270, 340, something, 240 maybe in it as the graphics card. And I don't know what the CPU is. I'm too stupid to know how to get it in terms of uh, control panel and then go to uh, system. Yeah, here we go. There you go. That's the CPU. It's AMD FX 4300. It's kind of like a bit of a beefy version for Windows XP, but yeah. What about ricing? Yeah, I mean ricing's cool. It'd be cool if my computer could run any of that stuff. Wait a second. Oh shit, it's working. Oh shit, it's working. Oh shit, it's working. Oh snap, it only took us 0.5. Yeah, we're gonna optimize it more later, but oh man, it would be so sick if it had if it wasn't like so like a slideshow. Oh, this is so worth it. I think that this is sick. Um, yeah, this is so sick. There are a few things like some of these are convex, but I think that that's because they're on the edge. Like things that are in the middle get get kind of yeah. Okay, so this is sick. This is pretty sick. We've graduated from a cube, and now we have. You can kind of see how this is going to become a life form, right? You thread most of the processes to run it faster. I could multi-thread it. I'd have to look how to do that in C89 though. I don't know if you can just pragma it and then just call it a day. It might be a bit more painful, but you can see where we're going. Okay, I'm so glad that this finally all it took was some ingenuity. Okay, and some you just got to stare at something for long enough. So what happened here? So this is in world space. World space is centered at 0, 0, meaning that these have negative coordinates. I never translated this into actual cell space, which is just my stupidity. So you have to add the offset of the world space and then round it. Okay, something that I just didn't really consider doing for the past like hour or so. So with all that being said, that's that. Okay, so there you go, marching cubes. It's an isosurface. I think somebody also. Oh, sorry, I missed this comment. What does marching the cubes mean? This is a. I read the comment, but then I forgot to respond to it. It's isosurface. It's an algorithm to basically. It's kind of like a meshing algorithm. Is this binary? No, this is C. Well, it's technically C++, but I won't tell anybody if you want. What is cell space? Cell space is, I'm talking about like the grid, right? Our interior array of the scalar field of like all the values and stuff. That's what all that is in terms of cell space. So when I am indexing into our data, right, I need to translate from world space to cell space based on the point. I didn't do that, which is, just me not being very smart, but that's all right. We found our way there. So what's next? I think the next priority is making it not run like crap, which is not going to be easy though. Yeah. So like what I thought earlier was that we can just like only update it every few frames. Yeah, I think that might be what it is. It's so satisfying to make something work just by yourself. Yeah, that's what I love about programming. Like when I was a kid, it was just like I could make like my own like world. You know, like I could make anything, right? I was kind of annoyed that like my teacher didn't like mentor me really good enough. You know, like I would bring her these like programs that I was making at home. I'd bring her like all these terminal applications and things and just show her, and I would be like, "Yeah, look at what I did. Look at what I did." You know, and she thought that it was cool and all, but she never like said like, "Hey, you should try like a library, or you should try making this, or you should try, you know, trying to implement this, or try this resource, or anything like that." She didn't do any of that, and so I kind of didn't really have like any direction, right? Uh, in terms of like what I should be doing. But like when I was a teenager, there wasn't shit on YouTube where you could just like, you know, there was no like the Cherno or anything, you know. There was no real good stuff on YouTube. I remember trying to learn C on YouTube when I was a teenager, and it was just like these boring videos, this guy talking with a slideshow and shit, and like I was like, I never learned C until way too late, even though I should have, because I would have loved it, to be honest. It's definitely the language I should have been using. A lot of IT teachers are not very competent in college. I mean, I'm not surprised. I have heard very bad things about a lot of programming teachers. I think programming is especially one of these things where like it's like I feel like the talented people probably have a job, right? You know what I mean? With something like you know, English or history, right? There's a lot of talented, you know, English professors and stuff like that. Like that is a sort of a thing. But I feel like with programming, if you are talented, you are not teaching programming. uh, I think that that's kind of the unique thing about the field. Yeah, so I'm not sure how I'm going to make this efficient. I wonder if it's possible to multi-thread it, or if I should go in the case of, I think I am going to have to multi-thread it. Uh, the idea is that like every 4 frames you have a new simulation step, right? But you still need to have a thread in the background that's doing that, right? I don't really know how I'm going to structure this though. I guess we could just like pragma it, I guess. But the last time I did like the pragma shit, it was really hard to have a thread that was not doing this. And so I wonder if pthread is possible in C89. How future proof it's gonna be? Well, I don't know how future proof it's gonna be either, but I'm at the point where it's like 1 FPS, like 0.5 frames per second, you know? Like that's not doable, you know? That's just not doable. I also, before we move out of this, I want to check this to see if this does anything. Yeah, that's wrong. That's definitely wrong. I think it is. Maybe it's not. It definitely has some jagged edges for sure. Yeah. Yeah, it's not it. Yeah, I should look up. That's funny. C89, and we're talking about future proof. Um, I'm assuming that they have pthread, right? Yeah, how am I going to structure this? I need a wrapper function over the display loop, and it's going to loop through the display for 4 frames and then join the threads at the end. Yeah? Does that make sense? We just pthread create on the update step. Display 4 frames. Show it at the end. Yeah? Everybody happy with that? I don't know. I think that's what I'm thinking. Maybe there's a way to do it without multi-threading yet, though. Oh, this song's a banger, man. Yeah, I don't know, man. So basically what we're doing, by the way, is that we lock it and then we populate verts. It is possible. Like, so it would basically be like how they do simulation steps. Like, we would have to basically take this outside of the display loop, right? And put it where we call the display loop. Which is, I forget, it's probably in main actually. Yeah, so it's right here. Right here is where we call display. So what we would basically have to do would be okay, so it would be like int I equals 0, and then just like I plus plus if I modulus 4, right? Then we want to you know, pthread create, and then we just yeah, I'm not multi-threading the graphics. I'm multi-threading the population of the vertex buffer, right? That's what's painful right now, because we're emitting every single vertex from scratch, you know, just, you know. So basically, so this would be, yo, what's up, Insidious? Is that a good movie? I can't remember. I think it was. Okay, so at the end, you basically want to it to be 4 frames ahead of that. Why did I pick 4 frames? It's just the I don't know, it's what came to my mind. Like, it could probably be 2 frames and be fine, but, you know. I wonder how you can interpolate between them, is what I really want to do, like. But I don't know how to do that. I'm not streaming on the computer with Windows XP. I have a capture card. So I think that this would be the structure, right? Yeah. Okay. So let's try it. I mean, fuck it. I mean, it, like, just let's try and do it. pthread.h. Does it compile? Does this exist in C89? Oh my god, please. Okay, we gotta do some research. Oh, wait. Oh, pthread is Unix anyway. I know that there is a thing though. There is a Windows thing for it. STD thread. Oh my god, oh my god, we don't even have STD thread. Oh my god, we don't even have an STD thread. Okay, so apparently what that just made me so depressed that I just my voice cracked. We have create thread. Which is a Windows.h thing. So yeah, you can tell that I don't know anything about Windows. What am I trying to make? Hey, what's up? I am making a 3D implementation of cellular automata with ISO surfaces and stuff. However, if we want to multi-thread this, the simulation step, we're gonna need to do this. And so it's at this point in time where I'd like to open up the MSDN and take a little bit of a gander here. As you can see, I was trying to write a driver for my keyboard, but you know that didn't go too well. Okay. Graphics and multimedia, probably not. We have to. I want to go search. I want to look for create thread function. Oh god. Creates a thread to execute within the creation flags. Start address. This has to be the function pointer, yeah? Stack size. Okay. This might be the antidote to vibe coding. Exactly. You hit it right on the head. Thank God you noticed. Oh yeah, this is a big page, man. We gotta exit process, exit thread, and create room. Okay, so exit thread might be the join. Until the thread has been terminated, have been closed through a call to close handle. Okay, so close handle. I guess that's the join, maybe. The pointer to the application defined function. Yep. So this is the function pointer. It is confusing that this LP start address is. Oh, it is an LP thread start routine. I wonder if it's a void pointer return. I'm gonna have to look at that. Hello, Sam. Hello, bro. So we need to do this as well. I'm gonna open this. So what's inside of here? We have an n length security descriptor and a b inherit handle. Okay. Okay, so security settings. Can we just set this to default things? The size of the structure. Set this value to the size of the security attribute structure. Okay, and why don't you do that yourself? A pointer to the security descriptor. If null, okay, so we're just going to be null, okay? Boolean value returned handle is inherited. This is cursed, man. Not gonna lie. But the returned handle is inherited when a new process is created. The new process inherits the handle. Probably you want that to be true. If I'm just like thinking about it. So let's go security. We got to make this security attributes. Okay, so let's set end length will be equal to 0, yeah? Because we are just going to set it with null. Actually, hold on a second. I don't know, man. Just do the thing, man. Okay. DW stack size, the initial size of the stack. The new thread uses the default size for the executable. Thread stack size. I'm not gonna lie, I don't think that we care that much about this. Whatever this is. Should thread or fiber. What is fiber? Okay, listen. We're just going with the default stack size, guys. There is no need to be for it to be that serious, man. Okay? You just pass a null pointer, really? Oh, is it a pointer to it? Oh, it's LP, okay. Oh, see? And we would inherit. Yeah, I was so confused about that, but whatever, dude. Yeah, I've never used this before, so it's completely new to me. I'm hoping that I can just like call this in a loop like with pthread, but okay, so we're gonna make the start routine in a second. What is it? LP parameter. LP parameter pointer to the variable. Okay, that's fine. Flags that control the creation of the thread. It's created as suspended. Okay, don't want that. Okay, so just 0. Okay. Pointer to the variable that receives the thread identifier. Okay, so we want that. Okay. So let's just do a bit of a like a 10 null parameters. So true. So true. I can have 8 threads on this, so that's what I'm gonna do. We're just gonna go in a loop here. I'm just gonna define 4 threads right now, just so that we don't like break anything. I'm very close to not getting this to run like crap. I'm super psyched. Okay, so all right, we need to write the function actually. Yeah, that's a good show. Okay, we ought to also get rid of pthread. Okay. Okay, so what are we doing now? We have to make a. First of all, we already have the function, actually. We just need to wrap it in a different function. We just need to write populate verts inside of a... Do I just do populate verts? No. I need to get the whole thing. Which is this function here. here. So we need to just put this in a function. So it's going to be this, and we also have to do update Conway. Okay, so I'm gonna assume that this has to be a void pointer, is usually what they do. I think. I'm gonna hope that this works. Okay, I'm gonna put this in the header, and then we will do what we will do. Okay, so this is going to be update step, LP parameter. I just looked at that. What? Okay, that's going to be nothing. Creation flags will be nothing, and that's going to be threads there. Okay. Now, how do we... Okay, so how do we join? How do we join? Is it exit thread or close handle? Okay, so that's not what we want. Wait for multiple object? Is that what it is? There's no join. Wait for multiple objects. Okay, this is a thing. Wait until one or all of the specified objects are in single state. Okay. Yeah, you're like a genius or something. Okay. One or all of them. What if I want all? Wait all. Okay, well, I just answered my own goddamn question. Okay. So this count is going to be just max threads. We will also make this threads. We're going to move that to handle, and this is going to be true. And then yeah, I don't know what that is. Timeout interval. Okay, let's just put this to infinite. Is it like, is it like, I mean, give it infinite? Okay, I'm with you, bro. I'm with you. Okay, so we're gonna change this to handle, okay? We're gonna be all, you know, Windows about it. Turn it into handles. That does give us a handle, right? Like, I'm not crazy. Create thread does give us a handle, right? Surely that just is a handle. No, this isn't a handle. This is a... There's no autocomplete? Yeah, there isn't. Yeah, that's the best thing about it. No LSP. Oh, it gives us a handle here. Okay, yeah. I have a brain. Okay, my guy's coding on expert mode. Thanks. Thank you. I had this guy earlier today that came in here and said, Terry Davis died for this, and it got me in a bad mood. So, I feel a lot better. Which OS is, bro? This is Windows XP. Okay. So, I think we are hopefully done. um okay, now I have no clue if this is gonna actually compile. What am I doing? I'm working on a 3D cellular automata thing, so I'm just going to comment out this stuff since we aren't going to be doing it in the same step, and I'm just going to get rid of this, and we are going to attempt to do this. We can just do this, right? Okay, let's give it a shot. Oh, the VIDX is going to be a problem. Wait, hold on. Void pointer to LPD threads. Let me see the type of this. This should be a... This should be a... This should be a... How long have I been coding in C? For like, not that long actually, like a year-ish. Maybe more now. Oh, it's LP thread, not LPD. How do I... LP... Oh, it's a void. Okay, it's not a void pointer. Okay, well, my bad. That's not really my bad, like, I have some guilt about it, but, you know, it is my... How many hours do I code per day? A lot. A lot. Like, you know. All hours? Okay. Cannot convert from parameter. Yeah, dude, this is... Okay, I'm just going to try to do this. Yeah, that's true. Do I have a software engineering job? No. Thank God. Just kidding. The fucked up thing, man, is that this VIDX make it like that. Yeah. I was absolutely not kidding. You know what I'm worried about actually is that we can't draw. Okay. 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 So what we're gonna do... Okay. Two ways we could do this. We could have the whole thing be a back and a front buffer, as in like have actually the you know, direct 3DX buffer, have two of them, or we could simply not lock it. Love of the game, absolutely, yeah, exactly. That's why I'm using. I like Windows XP. I think it's cool. Okay, so that's what I'm gonna do. Okay, so that's what we're gonna do. I'm just going to. So this. Wait, but. Shit. No, I don't think I can do that, is the problem. I was thinking like, okay, so I'll just like have this buffer and then I'll just mem copy into it once during the lock, and that way because I'm worried that we can't actually draw while it's locked, right? That would, you know. And also, you can't have all these threads touching the same thing, right? So you can't do that. We also have to do the update step not multi-threaded, so this function can't happen. Also, populate verts. Yeah, we're gonna have to think about this. Yeah, so I think we do populate verts, but we have to separate the sections that each thread is going to work on, I think. Yeah. So I think that's what we'll pass in, right? It's gonna be difficult though. Like, we might just have to offset these by a certain amount. I've been coding in C for 2 years, not daily, and I don't understand any of what I'm doing. Yeah, I'm a psycho, you know? I love pain. Okay. Yeah. That song was not doing it for me, man. Okay, I think that that's the way you have to do it, though, is to separate the grid into different portions per thread. The issue is, I have no clue how to do that. What did I study in college? Everything but programming. Music, English, you know. Obviously, I didn't study programming, or else I'd be able to do this. Okay, so here's what we could do. I could make this an array that we pass in to the function. Yes. Is there like race conditions though with this? Like, do we even have atomics at this point? Like, if we're all touching the same array? How cursed is that if I do that? Don't I need to like mutex that if I'm gonna like... Yeah. I'm thinking to start off, we could just do like this to 0, this to 0, this to 0, and then have another thread just do the other. Shouldn't it be fine if it's different parts of the array? Yeah, I think so. Hopefully. Oh, you know it's not okay? This. That's not okay. That's not okay. Technically speaking, they shouldn't ever touch, but that's not guaranteed depending on the shape, the points and stuff, the interpolation. We may end up touching the same cell. We may. Okay. Actually, I'm pretty sure we're guaranteed to. So that's pretty cursed. That's pretty cursed. Okay. Okay, so we're just going to do this. Okay, so this is how we're gonna do it, okay? We're going to make this, we're gonna actually make this a thing that is hard coded. So we're going to make, for now it's just going to be like, we're just gonna hard code it, okay? Okay, I know the music ended, I'm just... Okay, there we go. What did I use to learn C? I just kind of like, I'd already known like other languages, so I kind of just like learned it while I was doing like a project, you know, that sort of thing. And then I just like, you know, how do I allocate, you know, that sort of thing, you know. Ah shit, this is actually... Yeah, this is actually... We're just gonna do 2 threads for now, okay? Because any more and it's gonna be like freaking complicated, man. But like, so what we're just gonna do is one of them is gonna go to 0, and then the other one is just gonna start at 0. Like this. And hopefully I know what I'm doing, and this is gonna be 2 halves. So I didn't watch like YouTube tutorials. Honestly, I don't think that there are really good YouTube tutorials, if I'm being honest, on C. I think it's hard to do a YouTube tutorial for a programming language. I feel like it's kind of easier to learn from a project, you know? But then again, I suck at programming. How is it compared to pthread? Well, it sucks, but it's all we have. Okay, so this is going to be bounds 0, and we're just gonna go down, okay? That'll make it nice and easy because we have them in the same order. And then once we finish this, you know, I don't know, like, where did I learn like the syntax? It's kind of pretty similar to other languages, but just like by doing it, I guess, you know. I guess like when I watched other people and I read other people's code, you know, then I was like, I kind of knew, you know, what it looked like int and for and all that, you know. You kind of just like know that, and then later you learn, oh, that's what a static const is, or whatever, you know. But I didn't start off knowing all that stuff. It's just, you know. But I mean, honestly, every programming language is kind of the same. So I feel like once you learn one of them, it's very easy to learn other ones. Okay, so now we're gonna have that as the data that we're gonna pass in bounds. Okay. Wait, no. We're not passing in bounds, we're passing in bounds I don't think we have to take a pointer there. This is this, of course. This is that, of course. We're gonna have like a billion compile errors, but it's whatever. So this update step function isn't going to exist anymore, I think. I don't even think we need it. Where's my words per minute? I'm not really sure anymore. I feel like programming doesn't really require like crazy words per minute, you know. At least, you know, what I do. It used to be like 98 or something, but now it's probably a lot less. So update step is not going to be doing this. We're only going to do this when we, yeah. So instead of, okay, I'm trying to think here. So we want to pass in both of these into here, which does, like, admittedly suck. We kind of have to make a struct then to do that, and so that's what I'm gonna do next. TD for thread data. I don't really know how to do this, but we're just going to say and then this is going to be right. Yeah. We can do this. Why is IntelliSense bad at me? Did I mess up the syntax somewhere? Is it? I mean, that's just type defing it. That's like, this is not good. Not good. Not good. I'm just gonna pretend like the syntax is fine and then wait for the compile error later. I should just be able to. Can you somehow divide it based on the individual thread number and the number of threads? Yeah, I that would be hard to compute that in my brain. I think it would be possible. You'd probably just like have to find the range, then divide it by 6 and then offset it. It's kind of hard because mine don't start at 0, right? Mine start at like negative negative half of the range. And so it makes it really hard to divide it up. So yeah. But me setting the bounds is at least going to make it a thing. Every time we want to calc this to grid width times. We're just going to do okay. And now we're going to pass in. Oh yeah, so this needs to be type def anyway, which is completely fine. Okay, I'm just going to, I know that this is messy, but I'm just going to mem copy into TD from bounds I. Okay, TD.bounds, of course. I probably have to take a pointer there, but I'll see in a second. I'm not that worried about it. So yeah, we can copy it. We don't have to worry that much about it. So let's go into here, and we're taking in a TD. Okie dokie. And so all of this is going to be based on TD.bounds. Yeah. It's gonna be kind of annoying to have to okay, so we're not taking in this. It's going to be a part of that. And so every time we go into this, it's going to be td.v. Okay. Okay. Thank God I don't wrap it into... Kind of forgot IDEs are supposed to be smooth. Yeah, exactly. This thing opens up so fast. It's very, very, very nice. So every time we do this, we also want to free... let's just, you know, let's just do it. So if v free v... Okay. It's kind of good. It's kind of good, to be honest, to know that if I crash this computer by writing bad code, then the stream isn't going to go down. That is a good thing to feel. I don't know how many times I've crashed the stream, but many, many times. Many, many times. Okay, so this needs to happen regardless. Except yeah, so this can't happen regardless, actually. So this only happens when we create the thread. It's the only time we update, okay? The thing is, what we're doing here might actually make it so that we could do it just in one frame. So that's a good thing. And now instead of this, what we're gonna do is we're just gonna have this here. Right? Now we're just going to, instead of this, we're just gonna have a new buffer. And then we're just gonna mem copy into it. Okay, so that means that we can just get rid of this and just call populate verts straight up and get rid of update step. Hopefully. Populate verts will be the thing here. Oh wait, no, we can. Okay. Okay, so let's see the compile errors, because there are going to be a lot. Wait, what? Oh, I have this defined before vertex. I was so confused there. Okay. Bounce missing subscript. Ah, forgot to wrap this. Yeah. Wait. No, I shouldn't need to do this. No, yeah, I shouldn't need to do that. Do you think it's actually because of that, or is it actually because of, yeah. Oh. Oh, this actually needs to be, yeah, it does need to be a float, actually. Okay, well now I have to change some things. Like in TD, I have to change that type to a float. Maybe it's necessary that I need to do this. Oh, wait. Wait. Wait, maybe I do need to wrap this. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was confused there for a sec. Okay. Equal cannot convert from void pointer to vertex pointer. Oh. Okay, so we have to include that. Okay, we're almost done. Populate verts undeclared identifier. I didn't put it in the header. Okay. Okay, so what we actually, so we have to do that is we have to change this to a pointer because of the way it works, I guess. Which means that we have to change all of this. Look how crazy he is. Maybe. I like to believe that I'm the only one that's sane, though. He coding without vibe coding? Yeah. I hate that that's a strange thing nowadays. Everyone's like, wait, you actually code? It's like, yeah. I don't know, man. Why is that bizarre? Okay, so how do we get how many? Good. I can literally just make this a global. I think I'm gonna make this a global. Okay, I'm not gonna pass this down right now because I don't know how to do that. I'm not gonna figure that out. Literally what we're going to do, I'm just like gonna extern it. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Now how do I get the amount that we write into here? Oh yeah, that's race conditions right there. If I actually, yeah, that's race conditions right there. Oh. Yeah, that's gnarly actually. Oh, you know what we could do? We could put it on each thread's data and then add them afterwards. Okay, that's what we'll do. It's not going to be that clean, right? But it makes sense. So let's just do that. Let's just do int, and that's gonna just be what we should initialize this to 0 always. Oh, actually, this has to be a TD has to be. So I know. I get it. Okay, so this is that's oh, by the way, T is also defined somewhere else. whatever. T, so T, VIDX equals 0, I have to initialize it to 0. And now when we are in here, we want to make sure that, where do I, yeah, so this is going to be TD VIDX. And VIDX we aren't going to use here. What am I building? I'm building a 3D cellular automata simulation. Okay. So, now once we have our TD back out, what we want to do is, yeah, so let's just go for loop through max threads is 2, right? Okay, so now we're just going to do VIDX plus equals the TD why is that not happy with me? Why is that not happy with me? I did extra in this, right? I did? Okay. I assume it's going to tell me right now. It's oh, I called this threads instead of TD. Okay, populate verts. Okay, I see. I think it's the return of this function. Wait. Oh, maybe. Wait, what? Oh. Okay. We're gonna break. Yeah, that is a pretty large number. I gotta admit it. Is that actually a possible number, though? It might be. I did initialize them to 0, right? I did. I made sure to initialize them to 0. Wait, hold on a second. I don't calc this to enough. Yeah. This is... Yeah, we actually need to know the amount of vertices beforehand. How much do I allocate to this in the beginning? 36. Okay. Well, yeah. So this should be... Okay. Oh, wait, no. It's because I didn't exit out. Okay. So the thing was null at some point. Oh, wait. It's lagging my computer so incredibly bad, like you have no clue. Light attracts bugs. Are you the same person that said that earlier? Or is that just like a thing that people say? About light mode? Is that what it is? Wait, hold on a second, hold on a second. No, no, no. No, no, no. That's supposed to be out there. Oh, I get the joke now. It's like, so when I have a bug, it's like light attracts bugs because, okay, so this is, okay, so I see what happened with this thing that I did. I put this in here. So what it was doing was, while our threads were still doing it, it was setting the pointer to the null and then reallocating again and again. So yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Oh, also, I never set NF to 0. That's also a thing. Yeah, the fact that this is happening is probably not the best sign. Why? Like, this thing is crashing my computer. I don't know what I did, but whatever I did, it was bad. Okay, I want us to stop. I need to break out of this loop. What is this? Okay, I think that the entire thing is just yeah, I might actually have to restart Visual Studio because of how broken this is now. This is like really badly broken. Yes, I want to stop debugging. Really badly. Yeah, I think multi-threading in 2008 is pretty scary shit, man. Oh wait. We also need to set vidx equals to 0. Okay, that's very true. Oh wait, no, we don't. That's not install Visual Studio 2006 yet. Telling me. I think that it's not this, right? It's not that, right? Right? Yeah, it just breaks everything. I wish that there was a way where I could just like. There is a way that I can do that. Yeah, I don't know. I probably made a mistake somewhere. It is this though. Pretty sure. Oh, hold on. We set it to null. We should just do that when we allocate it, to be honest. Like, I kind of want to try it, like, if we just do it with one thread. Okay, so we instantly died. $342 should not go out of bounds. And that's not a garbage pointer. My dad showed me some actual C++ server code. I had to refactor it. That's awesome. No dependencies, no bloat, no bullshit. Tell me about it. So the TD looks correctish. Yeah, I think that that's correct, right? For one, we have it at this. So that is absolutely the correct thing. I want to see the thing at that index though. Can it? Yeah, thank you. Negative 4.3. I guess that this went out of bounds. I don't really know. 342, 343. It's bizarre to me though. How could it go out of bounds? I mean, I can also, like, I want to see what this is in and print this out. Like, this is important here. I want to see what this. No, yeah, that can't be out of bounds. That's 32 times 32. Yeah. That's no way that's out of bounds. There's no way that's out of bounds. So why is this? It doesn't, I mean, really say. If it can't be out of bounds, then what else would the problem be? That's what the problem is. I never did this. That was, yeah, I never did this. So it's stepping over the whole thing and going out of bounds because of this. So really, I mean, this is like this. But we don't have it Okay, well, we aren't crashing anymore. I think that this might be like getting in some sort of like infinite loop or something. And that's why it's not able to close out on time. But I need you to stop. I wish that I don't know why it isn't letting me. I'm creating two different threads, right? Like, that's for sure. Like, I'm not. Oh, wait a second. I put that inside of that. Put that inside of that. Surely there was parallel stacks view. Maybe there is. I don't really know. I did the tutorial or whatever, and there wasn't anything about multi-threading in that. That's for sure. Oh, wait a second. For one, we have to oh. Oh, we have to, oh, yeah. So it's not just those bounds, as in the point bounds, right? Oh, no. Wait, hold on. Where do I use GX and GY? I don't, right? I don't. Also, this is supposed to be at start X. And this is supposed to be at start Y. There's no way? Yeah. Dude, it just like expression cannot be evaluated. Is it because of this? Uh, huh. Yeah, this one I don't know. Yeah, this one I don't know. Maybe we just, get rid of it down here. Yeah, as soon as I put this to grid width divided by 2, it stopped liking me. As soon as I put it at grid width divided by 2, but that's what it should be at. Why does this break things? That shouldn't break things. That should not break anything. Because it's divorced completely from world space. It's divorced completely from world space. Is he using Windows XP? Yes. Yes, I am. I am. I don't use GX or GY anywhere. Also. At this point, just use Linux. I do have Linux on my other computer. I don't I think Windows XP is sick. Yeah, man, that's bizarre. What distro is it? It's Endeavor OS. That has some. Yeah, that has some. That has some. That makes sense, kind of. So, what's happening is we aren't actually adding the correct offset because we are now having them separate. So, I have to put this in here, and then this is going to be what we add here. It's just gonna be all offset. Now, do I think that that's actually going to help us out here, like in terms of? Had to do some stuff. How's it going? It's going well. So we have multi-threading working, kind of. It's just doesn't want to not segfault. How do I install it to get the drivers and stuff to get it working? Windows XP? Yeah, the drivers kind of somewhat work. The thing is, I have an old computer, so that's how it works, right? Live is still going? Yeah. That's how I used to do streams. You know, I used to just like do them for like many, many hours. This pointer is 0. The pointer is 0. Okay. Well, I didn't set it to 0. Did I implement stuff like mutex? The thing is, I don't actually think we need mutexes. Maybe we do, and that's why this isn't working. But when I use dark mode, I've been liking light mode quite a bit. Quite a bit. So, like, the confusing thing is, how do we not have a V pointer if we are waiting for multiple objects? New Linux distros. Windows XP is the best Linux distro. Yeah. I like Linux, but dude, I mean, I like Windows XP. It's cool. Maybe this has something to do with it. Maybe not. Let's try like... Yeah, I never really considered that this would be a problem. If NF equals 0. Okay. We didn't crash though. Hold on, there's no music, I know. Dude. Okay, so listen, hear me out. We didn't crash, which is huge. That's huge. The problem is that we didn't draw anything. That's not the problem. That's not the problem. Man, I kind of want to just like hack something in just to get something on the screen, you know? Just to see if this is working, like pipeline wise. Oh. I missed a No, we're not done. I missed a thingy. Why is V 0? Are these threads going to update shared resources? Yeah, they are, but I assume that they're only touching different parts of the array. But maybe I don't know how race conditions work. Anyway, if I do like a mutex, it's just gonna be, it's gonna be slow anyway. But maybe that's the problem, a part of the problem, I guess. I don't know. I could just store like 2 different arrays for, you know, V, and then just... Yeah, but then I would need to combine them somehow. Like, that would get so messy. Okay, I can see how they used to do mutexes. I don't even know if this is... They don't have atomics. If I yeah. we need to use Windows 32 native APIs like critical section or cmutex. Critical sections. Use remote objects, making them faster. So critical section. I've done this before, but not here. Yeah, atomics, yeah, don't exist. Okay, but okay, so it's finding nothing. Okay, well, here is something. Yeah, I guess we can try this. So it's like after a successful return from the constructor, explicitly lock the object with the call to lock, call unlock when you are done accessing the critical section. This is basically just a mutex, right? So we need to create a okay, so yeah, so that's literally it. Okay, so let's just, very simply have an extern C critical section. I don't like that isn't coming up. I just want to, do some testing here, so. Dude, you're my savior right now. Are you serious? There's an initialize for this? Dude. The Win API whiz right here. Okay. Okay, so this is going to be... That's what they're saying. And then you would... Okay, got it. Got it, thank you. Thank you. Okay, so... we just initialize it once. Okay. And now all we need, I'm pretty sure all we need is this. The cells are also a bit suspicious, for sure. We could also we could do one for VC and one for CC. 2 mutexes is just so disgusting, but whatever. I just want to see if this is whatever is causing the bug. But yeah, I mean, technically they shouldn't be touching, technically speaking, but so this is the only place where we touch cells. Interpolate edge does not actually touch cells, no. So all we're gonna do is what am I doing? It is exit, right? It is leave. Why leave? Why leave? Oh shit. They're also accessing global tables. But they're only reading, okay? They're only reading. They don't actually touch it. They don't actually touch it. It's fine. Okay, did we compile? No, we did not. I gotta do the little pointer there. Do I also have to do the pointer? Yeah, I do. 3 mutexes? God, okay, well, for those of you that were not here before, when we were, you know, before we tried to multi-thread this, forgot to change enter to leave for the last one, really? Oh my god, dude. Yeah. It's been 7 hours. Oh, wait. Hold on a second. I don't care. I don't give a shit. I do not care. I do not care. You're about to view still code. You're still code. Wait, but how? Okay, so listen to me. Hear me out here. Listen to me. Okay, so we enter the message loop. Okay, our NF is 1. Okay, our NF. Okay, listen. NF is 1. Okay, we go in here. We allocate the fucking buffer. Okay, we set NF to 0. I don't think that that's a problem. Okay, we update the simulation step. Okay, then we hit the you know, the create threads here. We send them on a mission. Okay. Then we do our little, you know, all the stuff in here. Okay, and then we get down here. Okay. And then we free it down here. Okay, but guess what? NF gets set to 0. Next time it comes up, it goes straight in here and gets allocated. Okay? So how the fuck is it 0? How is that pointer ever null? Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? What? What? Man, I don't know. Whatever. Like, who cares? Maybe I can't do D3D lock discard if I'm gonna do this? I'm more lost than you, mate. Can I just specify 0 for this? Okay, well this is untenable. Okay. Oh my fucking god. Oh my 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 god. Okay, okay, it's fucked up. It's fucked up. I know it's fucked up. I know it's fucked up. I know it's fucked up. Okay. It is probably, we are probably, okay, but listen to me. We're almost there. We're almost there. We're almost there. It is fucked up though. It is fucked up. Okay, listen, you gotta shut the fuck up, man. Okay. I'm losing my patience. We can see shapes of some kind. We can. I'm very surprised. I'm very surprised to see it work. It's very, very surprised. Okay. Okay, but what now? Wait, hold on. Was this with one thread or two? We did it with two. We did it with two. Okay. Yeah, shit, man. I don't know. What could be causing, like, any issue now? You know what we could do? We could just, like, not have this if statement. So we could just do, like, if true. Okay, and then, like... Yeah, I love the love the threading library. So we could just do it every frame. Okay, why did that break it though? Wait, how is that breaking it? Oh, because we don't actually, we need to do, if I'm gonna do that, then you do this here so that it has something to display. Okay, or not. Or not, yeah, exactly, man. Or not. We don't actually use V here, so there should be no problem in this. There should be no problem. Wait, but how... Wait, but like... How does that work, but this doesn't work? What? I mean, maybe just move this up here? Like, I have like no clue. Yeah, that makes no sense. Okay, this is working. And now it disappeared. It just mirrors it worse than the single threaded one. Dude, we're doing 2 threads, okay? Listen, it's gonna be better when we have more threads, okay? I think. I think. Um. Yeah, I have no clue what could be causing the problem. The clamping could be causing the problem. The clamping could. Listen, we could just do. This is technically offset. Okay. Offset, offset, and negative offset. Now, of course, this is going to work when we have, you know, not a cube, but for now, this is fine. It's so laggy, like... It's so laggy. It definitely is worse than the single-threaded one. I'm kind of wondering if we just get rid of the critical sections. And we just try to see what the speed is like. Okay, dude, that's so much faster. That's so much faster. Okay, we're not doing any of this mutex. It's so much faster. Okay, it's still bugged though. It's still bugged though. Does interpolate ledge touch anything that's... No, it doesn't. Could we add an FPS counter? For sure, for sure. I need to figure out how to like do text though in D3D. I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure. Yeah, I'm trying to like think of like what could be causing it to be like that though. Let me try not this. I mean, it should, this should not be good what I'm doing here, but I mean, we have to be going out of bounds here, right? The thread creation, yeah, it's definitely the mutexes, but like, okay, so this is definitely not what the bug is. Okay, so let's just. It was definitely divided by 2. That was the correct way to go about this. I wonder if it's almost the way I did the bounds. Like, I'm 99% sure that that's what it is. They need to be contiguous sections, and I think I just like bullshitted this without thinking about it really. But I feel like this does work, no? Maybe we should be splitting it into 2 halves, right? Yeah, let's do okay, so but then some of this stuff is going to be off. Oh. Yeah, I don't know. It's possible that these aren't contiguous sections, and so yeah, it's possible that they aren't contiguous sections, and that's why they aren't, you know, it's just like blank in some sections. That's what I'm kind of guessing is happening. But I'm kind of too dumb to know how to do that. At least right now, my brain can't really process it. So this one goes from here to here, and this one, you know, picks off where it started, right? Stopped. But if you want to do like two halves, right, what you could do, at least that I'm thinking of, right, is you have that, and then this one just spans the full width. Like, you see what I'm saying? You have this, and then the X is the one that's halved, and then the other ones go the full span. You see what I'm saying? The issue with this is that we would have to like literally hard code this into here, right? Like X is the one that gets like that. What are the consequences of that? I'm not really sure. Just use AI, bro. So true. So true. Oh, Mr. AI, how do I multi-thread in 2008? Yeah. Install Claude in my AI. Yeah. Exactly. Is it possible that this is the problem? I forget what this offset is. Oh no, that's world space to grid space. No. That's fine. That is fine. And I didn't like hard code this wrong, right? This is definitely this might actually be that, but yeah, isn't it? Isn't it that? I mean, so I mean, this is super scuffed, but you know. Like, sure, we can just do this. Dude, I feel like I'm so worried that this wait for multiple objects isn't waiting for multiple objects. That's what I'm kind of worried about, to be honest. And to be honest, I think I have every right to be worried about it. Just call it abstract art, no need for correctness. Yeah. That is an idea. Wait, you know what we don't do? Hold on. Lock in. We don't initialize VIDX to 0. Okay. It's the disappearing sections that really gets you. You know what I mean? Like, it's like so close to working, but it's just like What are we supposed to be looking at? We're looking at, well, this is, I mean, it's kind of buggy because of the rendering, you know, the disappearing sections, but it is, you know, simulated cellular life, if the multi-threading worked properly. But that's what I'm trying to figure out. This is the content that makes life worth living. Yeah, the 7-hour stream of me trying to figure out how to multi-thread in 2008 Windows XP. I agree with you. It's beautiful. Thanks. Thank you. It was a pain in the ass to do. I know that it doesn't look that impressive. Okay, so that was definitely what part of it. Is that Windows XP? It's my real computer, yeah. It is cellular life, cellular automata. This is nuts. Thanks. I like cashews. Yeah, I mean, I hope that it's not this that's the problem, because we have this at true and we have that for infinite. Oh, you know what we don't do? We don't do that. We don't do that. Oh my god. 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 We don't zero the thread handles. Okay, that wasn't it. Yeah, it's like half of it disappears sometimes. You see this hard line there? It's like portions of it just disappear, which is like super annoying. Close handle should be called on thread handles. Okay. Okay. Got it. Let me try that. I thought that, you know, once you join it, it's fine, but let's do it. Unholy programming? I think it is holy in my... I mean, do you see this light mode? I've never seen something this holy. What are you talking about? I didn't write I++. No, I did. Is that before... When 32 hurts my eyes. I think it's beautiful. No, I don't... Yeah, I don't think that was it. You know what I think it is? I think it's... Can I change the classic theme? This is classic theme. I think... So what I think it is I think it's a mem copy thing. I think we are maxing out in terms of vertices. I think that that's what's happening. Now, I don't know how to prove it necessarily. Oh my god. I almost fell out of my chair, but I figured it out. Oh, that was funny. Oh man, I'm a fucking moron. I'm a moron. God, it sucks to be a fucking moron. Dude, here's what it is. Okay, is that this is not an atomic, okay? This is not an atomic. It doesn't matter if we don't have a separate VIDX. They're not in fucking order. They're not in the right order, dude. We're just adding a fucking vertice into this, and then the other thread is adding it right next to it, and it's making a fucking triangle with them, man. Damn. Okay, so how do we make it atomic? Atomics don't exist in they didn't exist yet, right? Interlocked increment. Interlocked increment. Yes. Okay. They do exist. They do exist. They do exist, and we're about to fucking use it right now. You can do inline assembly? Yeah, man, I can do anything if I'm paid enough. Just kidding. Okay. Hook me the fuck up, man. We're doing this right now. Okay, hold on. Let's not get ahead of ourselves here. We need another... Okay, so this is going to be... This is not VIDX, which is what we're going to use to draw. We're going to use the working VIDX. I'm going to call it WIDX because Windows is so beautiful. Okay, and we're just going to set this to WIDX. It's going to be 0, right? And we're just going to do an increment interlocked increments. interlocked increment with volatile long... Yeah. You're speaking my language, man. Okay. Does that just work out of the box? We're doing ancient direct... I mean, I'm on Windows XP. So, I mean, if that's ancient to you, then yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so it's mad because this is not a long. Oh, wait, I have to call it a volatile long because of... Yeah. Word. I'm with you completely. That's what she said. I have to call it a volatile long? Well, I would hope not. Okay, why do I feel like this isn't working? Why do I feel like that's not working? That's not what it's supposed to do. I set it to 0. Oh, but we don't actually set VIDX to WIDX. So true. My masterpiece. Fuck. Okay, so listen to me here. Okay, I also realize why this isn't working. So this isn't gonna work either. We need to have 2 different vertex buffers. I know it fucking sucks. It sucks so bad. But we cannot do the interlocked excrement, okay? We cannot do it. What we have to do instead is actually allocate different vertex buffers. I know it sucks. But you know what? Listen, triangles, if you got a point here and a point here, and then this guy over here says, actually, there's a point all the way over here, then now we have a huge fucking triangle and it's fucked up. So we can't do that anymore. We have to allocate this in a loop, okay? And I know it sucks. It sucks so bad. Yeah, dude. I know what you're talking about, bro. That guy and the dudes later on in the game that they turn into the... Yeah, they're crazy, man. That shit is crazy, man. Okay, listen. V is no longer going to be a V. We're going to have this is just going to go straight on the TV. And we're killing the radio star. Okay. Okay, so now we just need to free them at the end. Okay, we're just going to go through these, and then we're just going to free td I dot v, We're actually going to free them after we use it, because that's how you do it. I'm not getting the duplicate vertex buffers. If you're doing read-only draw, it's okay to be shared. Yeah, but the thing is, we don't emit them. Wait, hold on a second. You know what? That's a good point. That's a good point, but maybe not for the reason you think it is. This is a good point. Actually, we can share it. We can share it. All we need to do is emit all the triangles at once in a critical section. Okay? We need to critical section it. Okay? And just... we need to put all of this in a critical section. Oh, but then we have to mute X's, man. Hey, nice to meet you too, Koala. How are you doing? I think at this point you just gotta accept it. What is this? Oh, it's lovely. So what I'm doing right now is I'm making a 3D implementation of cellular automata, which is like, you know, Lenia, that sort of thing. And, you know, it's painful. It's painful. It's painful. It's painful. So when this is all in a critical section, that means that it will all be contiguous. However, the problem with this... okay, this is still being weird. Why are you being weird? Wait, why are you being weird? Maybe the interlocked excrement is not a good idea. Let's go back to... oh, no, you can't. You can't. You can't. You can't. You can't. It has to be a global. It has to be a global. Wait, but... Windows 11. It's much better. That's good. That's good. Where do I even learn how to do this stuff? I read the fuck out of it, bro. VIDX equals WIDX. That should be good. We aren't even using this, so we just set it to WIDX. That should work properly. I think. Wait, why does the WIDX not work, though? It's like that's the problem. Now. It should never be a problem though, because we could just not make the interlocked increment, because I don't even know how that shit works, dude. I'm not gonna lie. Actually, you know what it probably is? It's probably some casting bullshit. We don't even want to touch that, bro. I don't want to do anything. Yeah, I'm just making it an integer, man. This probably has to do with the casting. Yeah. You know what? You win that one, okay? You win that one. We're not touching it at the same time because we're already in a mutex, so I don't even want to hear anything about it. Okay. Hold. It's laggy as fuck. It's laggy as fuck. Hold on. It's no longer bugging out though. It's no longer bugging out. Am I creating vertex data on the fly? Yeah, we're doing a meshing algorithm. My cheese does have holes. I think it's supposed to. It is. Okay, we did it. Okay, we did it. Now, does it look, you know, oh my god, it's amazing. No, it doesn't yet. But it works. I mean, the thing is now we can scale it. We can try to scale it to the point where it's not just 2 threads, or we can like change the amount of, you know, frames or whatever. If only we had compute shaders back then. Thank God we didn't. Yeah, I think that we could just like split this up. Yeah, how would I even fucking do that, dude? If you add more threads, then we have to split this up differently. Yeah, I feel like I'm too dumb to figure that out right now. The frame rate is it's going at, yeah. I feel like if I go to like 4, it's probably good. Please at the end of the code. WADX at the in the end for fun. Sure. Yeah. Yeah, WADX -1. That's it right there. Huge, huge. Okay. Transfer bottleneck rather than generation? I mean, it's not the data generation that's the problem. It's the it's this. It's the marching cubes. That's the bottleneck. Without that, I mean, we're just incredibly fast. I do wonder how painful the mem copy is for the huge thing as well, but I don't really know how to do it otherwise, because the other way to do it would be to have one vertex buffer that we are reading from and one that we're writing to. We could double buffer the double buffer, basically, is what we would do. The reason why we just mem copy is because this is what we are drawing from. But technically, we could make 2 different buffers, right? We could just have another one that would be like the back verts, and that's what we're gonna write to, and then we just swap them later. Like, we could do that. I don't know how painful it is, but what that would allow us to do would be we wouldn't have to mem copy, we would just literally write into it the whole time. How advanced is DX9 with GPU features? I kind of like the fact that it's all, there's no real shaders. I mean, there's like, the pixel shader back in the day, but I kind of like the fact that, there's no SSBOs, there's no, that's my favorite part about it. I like the fact that the way you do lighting back then was to actually like make a light in terms of like CPU, and that's what you're seeing there. Like Legacy OpenGL, I think it's even like, I mean, I've only done like 2.3, right? But this is way even before that, so it's really cool. I like that stuff. If you go back on my channel, I actually made a game for the PS1 on, for me, I don't have a PS1, so it was emulated. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. Anyway, so I guess we could implement that. I don't know how good that would be. I kind of want to see how it is with 4 threads, but we would need to split this up differently, right? Okay. So do this to this, and then this splits it up into 4, because now you're gonna have this this, I'm trying to think, hold on. Yeah. And then this. Yeah. And then the other permutation would be this with the problem is the more complicated this gets, the more difficult it is, because now I have to split it on the other end too, right? Man, you just randomly came into my feed of subscribing to you. Thanks. Enthusiasm was. I'm just 23, but it's not so late. Hey, it's not late at all. I'm older than you, man. So that I'm really happy to hear that. Thank you. It always makes me feel good when people say that I inspire or whatever. Okay, so for now, okay, so let's just set, before we forget, let's set the threads to 4. Okay, the pain is now I have to go here and figure out how the hell to do this, right? Technically, it should only be this. That should be the only difference, I think. It's because now these are both halved. Okay, so we have 32 errors. Okay, so what is the problem? Missing this before constant. Did I miss a... Oh, I missed a thingy. Okay. Yeah, I think so it's happening at a very fast rate, or like a very even rate. So I feel like maybe we can push it a little bit. Oh, wait a second. You know what's lagging us a bit is when I move. Ah. Does this VM? This is not a VM. This is my computer. Yeah, so you know what's actually happening here is that when we take in our inputs, we stop rendering, which is fine normally, but I think it's not fine now, because then we stop doing this shit. I'm a madman, thanks. I think that is with due respect. I prefer to be a madman than a normal man, for sure. Oh, this is still happening, regardless. When we move. Yeah. I don't know how I'm gonna make this faster. I'm kind of, like, to be honest though, from where we started today and what I went through to trying to get this stuff working, I'm pretty happy with it, because I was not really happy with how it was going. Like a bit into the stream, I was very, very, very frustrated, for sure. Yeah, the fact that like when we move it lags us, I have to figure that out, but yeah, I think it's because of this. We just stop trying to multi-thread in less than 1 day is not easy. Yeah, I don't think it's not only the multi-threading. It was all the shit with me, like, trying to figure this stuff out and getting stuck on that for a while. It's hard, man. Like, honestly, I feel like I get stuck more when I stream than when I don't. I'm not gonna say that like streaming is hard or whatever. Try doing create thread only once before the message loop. Yeah, but don't I have to um like once I do like create thread here, don't I have to do this, once it start for it to start the process? Like this is like pthread create, no? Like I have to do it here so that it starts the process, right? Or not. Or can I just like set it to do the process again and again and again? Is there a way to do that? Maybe I should look that up. Yeah, streaming fucks with your focus. You would have threads waiting to signal from the main thread. Yeah, how do I set the signal though? For a resume thread? Could use an event object. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. Yeah, I'm gonna have to think about this. I think that's a job for another day, unfortunately. Like, that's hard. Yeah, it's gonna be. I think we can make it better, but I don't really know if this is the overhead, to be honest. Like, don't they like producer consumer? I'm sure that it's possible. I'm 100% sure that it's possible. Yeah, it basically, it just like the entire thing hangs. Can I profile it? I mean, I can debug it and step through it, but I don't really know if I can profile it. But yeah, that's a good question. I wish I could run perf on this thing. Yeah, that would be good. It is. I'm trying to figure out why it like completely hangs when I move with the same constraints. The thing about LLMs is that they can't actually code, right? So they don't actually solve it, is the thing. So the thing is, they'll probably get like really close really fast, but in terms of like actually figuring out a bug, they would probably be saying like, oh yeah, that's good to go, man, and like just be like, oh, yeah, but they get really close most of the time. Yeah, I'm not sure. The weird thing, so basically this is where we do our input, right? And this is where we display, right? So if we aren't getting input, then we display. But this was never an issue before, I guess. I don't really know why. Yeah, I think it's probably because, so what's probably happening is that like every other tick we would be displaying with this, with the whole getting input not displaying thing. What's probably happening is that we get through this, we take in an input, we don't display, and then we get to here, and now we have to wait for this thread, and so it's just bad luck, right? Because in the same thing, we might just like not be on the tick to get the input, and then we just go into display. This is how they do it in the examples. They don't do this. But I feel like maybe we just do this instead. Like, I don't really see why that's not a thing. Yeah. So I mean, next episode will probably be me working on making this better. I don't know what I'm gonna do, but also, you know what's weird is that this NF isn't actually frames, right? So it may like seem like frames, but since it's probably like not even frames, right? It's like it's probably like a lot like smaller than the frame count. So that number is like 10, 16 frames. That's not 16 frames, I think. That's just how many times we've gone through the loop. How many do we wait for multiple objects? But that's the join is the thing. Like, we have to wait for it because you have to wait for it before you close the handle. You can't just close the handle, you know, because then, you know, this is gonna like crash. Yeah. Unfortunately, we can't do that. We have to join it at some point. But the goal is to kind of just like wait until, you know, there's the max amount of. Yeah, this is just way too small, way too like long of a simulation step. Also, since we split it up into more threads, what happened is that now there's like more parts that don't get connected, which is, you know, a little bit annoying. But yeah. Kind of looks like noodles. Yeah, I feel like that I'm pretty happy with that. What we can do is I want to make it look cool before I head off for today. So that's what I'm gonna do now. I think like maybe we just like make it not completely black and white would kind of be cool. I feel like. So let's make it like red or whatever. I don't know. That's not really red, but you know, that's kind of cool. Graphic design is my real, you know, passion. So. Oh, color. Okay, so next steps are probably gonna make it try and make it perform a little bit better. We'd also just like do a smaller. Thing. Like right now we have it at we could like make it huge and then just do a smaller width and height. Like we do like 24. Maybe that'll help. Yeah, that's sick. That is pretty fucking sick. You gotta admit it. That is really sick. Yeah, that's sick. That is sick. That is cool. That is really cool. Yeah, that's sick. That is sick. Um, Man, I thought that this wasn't gonna work for a while. I thought that, man, I was like, dude, this stupid idea that I had to bring cellular automata into 3D is such a bad idea, and it's not gonna work out, you know. Once I started hitting some problems today. But man, I'm happy that I fucking sat here and did it, because would have never saw this. Yeah, it's cool. It's cool. It's really cool. So what's next, right? So next is implementing kernels. Right now, we just have a kernel that is literally just a, you know, square around the cube that's just 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. The goal next time is to compute kernels like I did in my last Lenia implementation, okay? And now the real problem is going to be convolving these kernels in real time, okay? We might have to, you know, God forbid, do FFTs and stuff. That may be what has to happen. I'm willing to do it. I think that's a part of the thing. Why do I keep rotating the shards? Well, I don't keep rotating the shards. It does it itself. Why do threads make parts not connect? Maybe it doesn't. The thing is, so they're split up into different portions of world space, right? So one thread is doing this part and one thread is doing the other part. And so it may just be possible. Maybe it's not the case, though. Maybe it's not the case. But at least it looks like that to me. That some things just are a bit... maybe not. Maybe not. I think what we gotta do is we gotta do wraparounds. We gotta do wraparounds for sure, where it samples the other side. Like, we don't have that, so it doesn't... maybe we do. I feel like the way we gotta render it is that we gotta cap off the edges. You know what I mean? I don't know how to implement that, though. It's gonna be harder than it sounds to fill in the outside. The thing is, you may not notice, but everything in here is like filled in, like in terms of like being a solid mesh. It's only the outsides that have the kind of get stuck with not being filled in. Yeah, that's pretty sick. It's pretty cool. Like, scaling it up was really, really cool. Like, that was really cool. Yeah, that's sick. Yeah. And now it's kind of like, you know, what do we do now in terms of... So the next big part is doing the kernels, right? Hello, maxing out tech. How are you? So yeah, the next part is like doing the kernels or whatever. Right now we don't, you know, have kernels. Basically, we just are summing the cells up, and we basically just did their numbers, Bert Chan's numbers for what type of... this is actually Windows XP, actually. Yeah, I mean, well, it's kind of like C rather than C++. I pretty much, I'm just a C programmer, but you can't do C on Visual Studio 2008 because it sticks you with C89, which sucks. But yeah. So yeah, I'm not really sure how to do the kernel thing. But yeah, we have to implement our own kernel convolution. I don't really remember the formula for it off the top of my head. I was taught this in uni last year. Really nice language. It's the only one I managed to ace. Well, that's good because this is the best language. I learned Java in school, which, you know, it's Java. It is Java. Yeah, I wonder, maybe I should just like go and then find my old code base where I had this last time, but I don't really know. That code base is super messed up. You do not want to see it. But I want to see how I did the kernels. It's a disgusting code base. Like, trust me. Oh. This isn't the real one. This isn't the real implementation. I have that on my other hard drive, and my other hard drive is not connected to this. Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on. I do have it. Okay. God, I haven't, this is like a year ago, this code base. It's like a year ago at least. Yeah, I've got AVX instructions in here. Init kernel, here it is. Here it is. Maybe I can show this. It is absolutely a disgusting code base though. Oh, shame I came across this stream at 3 a.m. Yeah, that is a shame. I've been here for 8 hours. I learned C in some IDE called code blocks. Yeah, I've heard about code blocks. I have not used it. Yeah, I do stream quite a bit recently, and I'm planning on doing it a lot more. So, yeah, come drop by, join the Discord, or you know. So this is it. This is the formula. So we're going cell-len. Oh, this does a kernel that's the entire size of the thing. Of the entire grid. I see. Okay. Yeah, I should probably head out, to be honest. It's been a long time. I do want to implement this tomorrow, though. I think I'll just implement this tomorrow. This is how you initialize the kernels. It's this formula. Yeah, I remember having a lot of trouble with this formula. And so then you just like do, and then you normalize it at the end. And then that's what you use to as weights to figure out the the most intelligent thing I've ever done is use a vector list. We won't judge. Nah, man, it's disgusting. But this part isn't that disgusting. Yeah, so that's what I'll be doing next time. Yeah, I had a lot of problems with doing this stuff. I don't really remember what new bell is or what emod is. I'm gonna figure that out, put that in here, figure out how to convolve it again, and then we're gonna do it in 3D, and it's gonna be easy because 3D is easier than 2D, of course. Okay, well, I'm gonna head out. Thanks everybody for watching. I'm going to be back soon. I don't know, tomorrow or soon, to keep working on this. I'm very, very happy with how it ended up. I think it's sick. If you're not in the Discord, you can join the Discord. Chill out in there. Thanks for hanging out. And see you guys soon. So.